Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to TOI Budget Dialogues 2026, presented by the Times of India. We request all of you to please take your seats, and a sincere request to all of you to please put your phones on silent so that there are no disturbances during the course of the day. We will start in 5 minutes, and I request all of you to please settle down. Namaskar. Namaskar and a very good morning to all of you present here. I am Anisha Nair Dhawan, and on behalf of Times of India, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the Maruti Suzuki Victoris Got It All presents TOI Budget Dialogues 2026. Powered by Life Insurance Corporation of India and partnered by Ambience Infra, Punjab National Bank, Merrill, TARC, JK Super Cement, AU Small Finance Bank, Sensodyne, and Puranic Builders. Just days after the Union Budget has been presented in Parliament, today's conclave is all about doing what TOI does best: unpacking the budget and its real impact. Headlines तो हम सब ने ही पढ़ ली है, but आज हम बात करेंगे उनके पीछे की मतलब की, उनके implications की और उनके long-term direction की. This year's dialogue is anchored in the theme, unpacking the budget and its real impact. And more importantly, the larger national vision of march towards Vixit Bharat 2047. Infrastructure ho, manufacturing ho, jobs, agriculture, exports, technology, या social development. Budget 2026 touches every part of India's growth story. और सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये है, क्या ये बजट विकसित भारत की तरफ एक मजबूत और sustainable कदम है? Before we move ahead, a quick shout out to everyone who is joining us beyond this hall. TOI Budget Dialogue 2026 is live streamed on the TOI app and website, TOI Digital YouTube channel, and across TOI social media platforms. If you're watching us online, or even if you're in the room, do stay connected with TOI Digital for expert views, explainers, and continuous budget coverage. And if you're posting on social media, don't forget to tag us using our official hashtag TOI Budget Dialogues. तो इसी नोट पर लेट्स गेट द मॉर्निंग स्टार्टेड. आज का दिन इंसाइट ड्रिवन कॉन्वर्सेशन से भरा होगा and promises to be a very engaging day for all of us. To formally open the TOI Budget Dialogues 2026, we begin with an address from a leader who plays a key role in shaping TOI's business and digital growth strategy. It is my privilege to invite Mr. Prasad Sanyal, Group Business Head, timesofIndia.com, India Times, What's Hot, whose leadership continues to strengthen TOI's digital-first engagement with audiences and partners alike. I request Prasad Sanyal to please join us on stage and give us the opening address. Please give a huge round of applause to Prasad Sanyal.
Good morning, everyone. Less than 48 hours after the union budget was presented, India is still processing not just what was announced, but what it truly sets in motion. And that's exactly why we are here today. Welcome to the TOI Budget Dialogues 2026, a platform designed to move beyond the headlines and the spreadsheets, and to decode intent, direction, and long-term impact. At the Times of India, we believe conversations should not end with first reactions. They must lead to clarity. They must bring together diverse viewpoints. And above all, they must help translate policy into perspective and perspective into purpose. Anchored in the theme March towards Vixit Bharat, today's dialogue looks at development as more than growth alone. It is about resilience. It is about opportunity. It is about strengthening key sectors while ensuring that progress remains inclusive and sustainable. We are joined today by leaders from industry, policy, and across the economic ecosystem to examine what this budget means for infrastructure, manufacturing, jobs, agriculture, exports, and social development, and what all of this signals for India's journey ahead. This is not a discussion about what has been announced. It is a conversation about what must follow. Let us use today to reflect, to question, and to collectively shape the next steps in India's march towards a developed nation. Thank you and welcome once again.
Thank you. You set the tone for the day, and we are looking forward to a lot of meaningful conversations during the day. Now, technology today is shaping not just industries, but the way economies function. From digital public infrastructure to artificial intelligence, this fireside conversation looks at how Budget 2026 signals India's fiscal vision for a tech-driven and AI-enabled future. To discuss India's fiscal vision in the context of a digitally empowered economy, we have with us Mr. Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Please give him a round of applause. A key architect of India's digital public infrastructure. I request him to please come up on stage. He will be in conversation with Mr. Pankaj Dawal, Senior Editor, Times Internet, who brings his sharp editorial perspective to policy discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. Abhishek Singh and Mr. Pankaj Dawal.
So welcome everyone, and thank you Mr. Singh for joining us. He's a very, very busy man. He's not only spearheading the IT industry and all the wonderful initiatives that we are taking, he's also running the India AI mission, and we've got a big AI conference happening this month. He's also DG of NIC, and while we were talking about the budget and the mother of all trade deals, the India-EU FTA, last night there was a surprise. We also had the father of all trade deals. I mean to say, we were all discussing and thinking about when will we conclude the India-US free trade agreement. And thankfully, we've seen the early signs of that. We've seen movement on that. And that announcement also came in last night. So I think overall, it's a happy scenario, Mr. Singh. We've placed in a very comfortable position now against the uncertainty that we faced earlier.
See, like on the tech sector, I did not see any uncertainty. In fact, if you look at the last 3 months, the kind of investment announcements we heard, almost $70 billion announced between Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and the positive momentum towards the Impact Summit, the impending Pax Silica announcement. So on the technology front,
Yeah.
our relationship with the United States is that they lead in technology, we lead in talent, and between technology and talent, we build trust.
Yeah.
So we had been like pretty good, but now with this trade deal coming in,
Yeah.
it will add further fillip to our dreams, and hopefully the summit will have much greater ramifications than what we had anticipated.
Are there any particular areas that, we really get more clarity with the trade deal, because otherwise we were already seeing that American companies like Google, Microsoft, even Amazon had committed a lot of investments in India. Do we get more clarity on certain issues in this?
See, more than that, I think the budget, especially with regard to the data center tax holiday up to 2047, the safe harbor provisions,
Yeah.
the clarity with regard to taxation provisions, the reduction of custom duties on various components, and Government of India's push towards electronic component manufacturing, all of it will together add to a greater interest by the global tech companies, US and elsewhere, to look at India as a place where they can set up their operations, India as a place where they can source talent, India as a place where they can leverage the strength of India to power their dreams. To that extent, yes, this will be a big step forward in our relationship.
So, when we look at the budget, obviously the headlines were about the data center and other things and all. But what about the common man, the citizen? I mean to say, like, how does his life improve when it comes to the proposals of the budget? Are there certain things that also help the citizens directly?
Multiple proposals, like for example, the India Vistar project in agriculture, where the budget has spoken about expanding the Maha Vistar project, because in agriculture we built an AI-based service delivery for farmers, and this project was piloted since last year in Maharashtra. Now that project will be extended across India, so farmers will be able to access services.
Yeah.
And we have had sufficient allocations in the budget for AI-enabled services, for digital services, and the budget, the funding that we are getting during the budget will help power us building on our digital stack, on India stack, to enable voice-enabled services across sectors.
Yeah. And so globally, over the last few years, at least over the last 2-3 years, we've seen that trust is becoming a very big factor whenever any country is looking at, moving their digital infrastructure. So looking at India and how it's placed today, where do you think that, we are placed in terms of getting the global trust, getting trust from countries like US, and does that also help us in attracting more investments?
See, India has, over the last several years, India with its unique way of implementing digital public infrastructure, which kind of promotes innovation at the same time restricts any user harm that can be done.
Yeah.
With our DAPA architecture, with our consent-based data sharing architecture, with our very innovative DPDP rules, data protection rules that has come in, with the policy stability which is there, with the adoption of technology in almost every sphere of life in such a way that something like UPI is trusted by even the poorest of the poor, a small street vendor, they all trust it.
Yeah.
So the way we have architected, whether it's Aadhaar, whether it's UPI, whether it's something like DigiLocker with more than 650 million users,
Yeah.
it all has been designed in such a way that every citizen, whether he understands the nuances of technology or not, he starts trusting it, because the way it has been designed and the way it has been implemented in the last 15 years without any major data breach or without any loss of any kind of data, the trust is inbuilt. As we move forward towards AI-enabled services, this trust will keep in handy in scaling up digital services with the power of AI.
And in any case, we've been also pushing DPIs towards global south, and obviously many of these countries require these kind of solutions. What has been the movement on that, sir?
More than we pushing DPIs towards the global south,
Yeah.
it is the world who is attracted towards the power of DPIs. In fact, during G20, we saw more and more countries looking at how they can leverage DPIs and implement it in their own directions.
Yeah.
The MOSIP initiative, which kind of helps to replicate Aadhaar kind of implementation, is already under implementation in as many as 28 countries. Several countries are building in UPI kind of infrastructure. One of the big countries, Brazil, they have implemented a PIX, which is an equivalent of our UPI. Similarly, we are seeing countries looking at DigiLocker, countries looking at eSanjeevani, Diksha. So all our platforms, there are multiple takers across the world, and many of them are now looking at our innovative way of building compute infrastructure, data infrastructure for the AI ecosystem as well.
And actually, kudos to the government of India, because we always say that India has not given rise to big products like a Google or a Microsoft, but our DPIs, which actually were developed or initiated by the government, are going global, and they are basically becoming the big use cases for use in other countries. So I think kudos to you, sir. Today, everybody talks about AI, across enterprises, across consumers, across businesses. What did the budget actually give in terms of AI to the, in its proposals?
See, the budget, of course, the usual allocations are there for agriculture. The India Vistar is being expanded.
Yeah.
The data center push, which is there, will ultimately help power the AI dreams, not only for the world, not only for India, but for the whole world. And with the entire compute infrastructure coming in India, India can emerge to be the AI inferencing capital of the world. Because the inferencing costs powered by data centers set up in India, which are built at a fraction of cost of what is done elsewhere, will ensure that inferencing per token cost will be lower when it is done in India. So that way the entire inferencing ecosystem will get centered around the Indian infrastructure ecosystem. So that's the big push that is there. And once that happens, we will not automatically expect Indian foundation models to come in, Indian AI applications to come in, and India has with our huge engineering talent, we have the potential to become the AI use case capital for the whole world.
Yeah, inferencing and use cases, obviously, yes, we are getting bigger and bigger. But, we always wonder and think about it that the LLMs, there's a race between China with DeepSeek, and there's a race between China and US. Because OpenAI, Anthropic, all these companies are coming from the US, and then DeepSeek comes from China. So where is India placed when it comes to LLMs? And would we only be the inferencing and the use case capital, or are we also developing our own LLMs to, have a better control over AI solutions?
See, to your question, yes, we are developing our own LLMs, but our objective is not to be in the race with the frontier AI labs of the world. They are chasing artificial general intelligence, which requires a lot of investments. So I don't think the objective of India AI mission is to have the trillion parameter model, or we are not looking it from the metric of the parameters that are there. We are looking it from the parameter of what we need. Our LLMs, our SLMs should be solving problems for India. They should be trained on Indian data sets. They should be trained in Indian context. So even if it is a 70 billion parameter model, a 120 billion parameter model, as long as it is able to service our needs, as long as it is able to provide voice-enabled services for Indian farmers, as long as it is able to provide educational services, personalized learning for Indian students, as long as it's able to provide health services to Indian citizens, that is our objective. So we are building our LLMs and SLMs to address the challenges that we have in a multi-language, multi-plural society like ours, not necessarily to compete with what Claude or what OpenAI or what Gemini are doing.
Yeah. And how many such LLMs are we developing, and by when can we see some of these LLMs actually coming out for use cases by the public?
See, the government is funding, government is supporting around 12 such projects currently,
Yeah.
and they are all at an advanced stage of development.
Yeah.
And I hope that a few of them, especially Sarvam, BharatGen, Socket, Shodh, they all will be launching their models before the summit, in the next 2 weeks.
Right. And sir, when we talk about AI, one of the big concerns that people have, and this conversation has been going on for long, is about jobs. That, gradually people like Elon Musk say that, with AI getting so advanced, there may not be requirement of any jobs. And we are already seeing humanoid robots doing so many things, robot taxis coming in. Is there a real fear of jobs? And, India is a jobs-hungry country. We are a very young country. We need more jobs. Do you think that there will be displacement of jobs in certain categories? And can we make up for those jobs through other means or other industries, skilling?
See, historically, the way technology develops, there are some jobs which become irrelevant and new jobs are created. For example, when automobiles came in, cars came in, the horsemen, the bullock carts and all, they vanished. When digital photography came in, the studio labs and all which are there, they vanished. When mobile internet came in, the PCOs and the STD booths that we were seeing at every corner, they vanished. So as technology advances, there will be some jobs that will become less relevant, but there will be new jobs that will be created. So what I want to say is that AI will not take away any jobs. people with AI skills will take away the jobs of people without AI skills. So that will become very, very important. And what we will need to look at, especially Indian IT industry and the opportunity for Indian engineers, is that given our huge talent that we have, the whole scope of work, the whole new business line that is the opening of agentic AI, physical AI. So we have a huge advantage of becoming the prime source for AI transformational services for the whole world. A new job role called forward deployment engineers have become very popular globally. And India has the largest workforce to meet the demand of forward deployment engineers from not only India but the whole world. And with the autonomous robotics and autonomous vehicles coming in, the Indian expertise in being able to provide these will ensure that we create sufficient jobs. Of course, this will require ensuring that our curriculum is updated. We have reskilling, we have upskilling. We train our workforce to be able to meet the challenges that we are facing and not business as usual. Because the normal entry-level coding jobs, they might get replaced by $20 bots. But the higher end agentic AI, physical AI related jobs, that will be there. But that will require ensuring sufficient reskilling and upskilling.
But we are the back-end IT market of the world. I mean, to say in terms of IT work, we are, just seeing signs that that work may go away. Do you think so? That we're doing roughly $200 billion plus of exports, IT exports from India.
No, so I don't think that they will go away, but they will be replaced by a higher order work. Okay. So like for example, any corporation or a business enterprise or a bank or something which has legacy IT systems, if they have to build in agentic AI, it's not that you just take a subscription of Claude 5.2 and replace your legacy system with that. You will have to integrate those AI tools with your legacy systems. And that is where the expertise of Indian engineers, expertise of Indian IT companies will come in. Because it's not as simple as it may sound, because it will require customizing solutions for individual enterprises. And our Indian IT companies and industry has been at the forefront of providing these services. So I do believe that while the role will change, but the actual value created may go up.
Yeah, and sir, one of the other things in this IT revolution is that this should not be confined only to bigger cities, but should go deeper into rural areas, tier 2, tier 3 towns. How is the government ensuring that this kind of a realization about, being ready for AI, being ready for agentic also flows into these areas, into the smaller towns and cities, and, they are also updated and upgraded and maybe skilled in these areas?
See, our Honorable Prime Minister has always been telling us that technology has to go beyond the big metros to smaller cities. So the India AI mission, like for example, we are setting up Center for Excellence across all states. Around 58 COEs are being set up, including tier 2 tier cities. In addition, we have launched a lot of skilling programs, training programs. In fact, we launched a Yuva AI program, like an AI 101 for school students. And in just 2 weeks, we have almost 100,000 students completing that course. And if I look at the breakup, majority of those students come from smaller cities, smaller towns, even places like Kohima and Latur and Lakshadweep and Andamans. We are getting students who register for those courses and complete it. So there's a huge appetite for learning in India. There's a huge, in fact, I was talking to Coursera head last week. I met Andrew Ng at Davos, and he was saying that most of their AI courses are subscribed maximum by Indian students. So there is an inherent desire of Indian students and Indian engineers to acquire skills and knowledge. And that is something that will ensure that this technology does not remain limited to a few cities and a few centers, but goes beyond to the smaller cities, to the tier 2, tier 3 cities.
I think that's the beautiful part of India, and we saw this during COVID also, that this big digital infrastructure that we have created, it helped us, get talent from across the country. And, I think this is coming in handy. Just 2-3 more questions. One is on the data center tax holiday that the government is giving. What is the benefit, if you can explain, that India gets by becoming a data center hub of the world? Prime Minister Modi also made a mention of that this is a big step, and we would want more data center investments. Already $70 billion, as you said, has come in. What benefits do we get with this, and will we see more investments because of this tax holiday?
See, first and foremost, why countries and companies are looking at creating their data hubs in India. So primarily it's because we have surplus power, we have energy, The cost of building a data center in India is almost half the cost of building a data center in the US or the Middle East or the UAE. And number three, it's also a sign of trust of global companies, corporations and countries of hosting their infrastructure within India. And the policy continuity with regard to taxation, with regard to ensuring that steady services will be ensured, has led to almost all major big tech companies, whether it's Google, whether it's Microsoft, whether it's Amazon, to set up their base in India. We are looking at we are looking at IBM, we are looking at probably OpenAI, who will also set up their data centers in India. So it's a sign of having confidence in India's infrastructure ecosystem. But at the same time, the benefits that will go is that once the data centers are here, once the infrastructure is here, next will be the applications and user, and the GCCs will also come in. Because we do have the talent, if we have the infrastructure, then the GCCs will come in, that will create employment, that will lead to more and more people trying to set base in India, and hopefully with the support of schemes like RDI, the Deep Tech Fund of Funds, the incentive the government is doing for R&D, under the quantum mission, the AI mission, we will have IP being created here. So while it might be the first step for building the IT infrastructure in the form of data centers, but ultimately with the talent and all, we hope to move up the value chain by having some companies create IP within India in the days to come.
Just last two questions. One is, what kind of efficiencies can we expect from all this movement that we are seeing in terms of AI, in terms of data centers? What kind of efficiencies do we see in building inside our economy? And do you think that this will also aid our GDP growth?
A lot, because see, like for example, what does AI do? When we use AI today, whether we use any of the Gen AI tools that are there on our phones or our computers, ultimately it helps us to do more with less. We are able to read documents faster, we are able to create documents faster, we are able to analyze statements, financial statements and all faster. So if it is making me efficient, the question comes in, can we use the same tools to make a farmer more efficient? Can we give him the right information with regard to agricultural practices, advisories, where to get seeds, where to get fertilizers, where to get pesticides, when to sow, how much water to use, where to sell the most optimal price. If the technology, if the AI tools can help him reduce his input cost and improve his outcome, his income goes up. If the same argument is given to manufacturers, retailers, small businesses, and in each one of us, they are able to become more efficient, their productivity goes up, then ultimately it will lead to their increased incomes, as also income for their companies, organizations, and the country as a whole. And that will be the key for us to move to a Vixit Bharat from a $4 trillion economy to a $30 trillion economy.
That's fantastic. Just last question, with so much of data flowing around, we are already very heavy users of the data in India, and also with AI and other things now taking up more data. Are we cyber secure? What happens to data privacy? What happens to cyber security? Are we more prone to such attacks, or the government is also taking care that Indian citizens also stay safe even if they are online for a longer period?
See, the question of always the pace at which cybersecurity attacks are going up is no less compared to the pace at which we are doing digitization. So that risk is always there. The answer to that is that cybersecurity cannot be an afterthought. Cybersecurity, whether it's the application level security or network level security or infrastructure level security, that has to be part and parcel of the initial design process. So when we architect a program, when we architect a software product, or when we are doing the blueprinting, at that point only we have to think of security first, we have to think of privacy first, and ensure that we design our systems so that we are able to address any such challenges in the days to come. Having said that, even after something is rolled out, one has to be always aware, one will always have to do regular security audits, one will have to always do CISO trainings, one will always have to upskill our ability to monitor attacks. Our National Cybercrime Coordination Center at Shastri Park, it's always busy 24/7. And every time we do something, whether it was G20 or whether it's our elections, the volume of attacks goes up. So as we are hosting the summit in the 2 weeks from now, again we are aware that the amount of attacks that will come on our infrastructure, for on websites, on portals, on government assets will be multifold. So it requires all of us to be aware of the risk and take necessary steps so that we are able to prevent any such attack on our critical infrastructure.
No, thank you very much for those words, because just like the borders, we need to be safe on online as well, and I think the government is doing a fantastic job. Broadly, the message is don't be scared of AI. It is a time that we learn and upskill ourselves so that we are not left out of this, this big transformation. India is doing very well, as the cost of data centers is roughly half. Setting up data centers in India is roughly half of what it happens globally. We also enjoy trust of larger economies and larger countries. So I think that's very good for us. We need to do more skilling, but we are safe and we are getting more efficient with this. Our economy is going to get lots of investments and lots of growth. Mr. Abhishek Singh, you are the architect of all this. Thank you very much for joining us over here, and we need to see more of you. And we need to really give him a big round of applause for the wonderful work that he's doing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you to Mr. Abhishek Singh and to Mr. Doval. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you so much for coming here and unpacking the budget for everyone from a technology perspective. Yes, the budget is one which is being hailed as being growth-centric, looking ahead and setting the stage for long-term growth to move on our path to Vixit Bharat by 2047. But this chat itself is very interesting and understanding how technology is impacting our everyday life and our economy. We are looking forward to AI becoming more and more diffused, and like Mr. Singh spoke about the AI applications in agriculture, we hope that we will see more applications across every industry, across each point of our life, so that we get greater efficiencies in our lives and greater economies as well. Of course, the budget beyond technology is one that is being hailed for its long-term growth vision. We've seen a huge spike coming in defense capex spending. That was something which was expected because of what transpired a year earlier in Operation Sindoor. We've had some announcement for MSMEs and for improving access to finance for MSMEs. Plus, there have been a number of other labor-intensive industries which had higher allocations for them. So this is a budget which has been more long-term. Yes, some people are a little saddened that there were no big-ticket announcements like we had last year, especially when the income tax slabs were rationalized and a huge amount of money was put in the pockets of the common man, and that really translated into improved spending, followed by the GST cuts that came just before the Diwali holidays. So now I think even the industry is looking up to come out of this little rough patch where everything was not going anywhere. Now they have consumption firmly moving up, and the expectation that this will bring in more private investment as well. बजट के बाद सबसे पहला सवाल होता है, इसका इकोनॉमी पर असली असर क्या है? Beyond the numbers and announcements, we now have a panel discussion that will look at fiscal choices, policy intent, and their real impact across sectors. To bring clarity to Budget 2026 beyond the fine print, joining us now in this panel discussion is Mr. Surya Bhatia, tax expert and widely respected for his clear and practical understanding of India's tax and fiscal framework. So please give him a round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. Surya Bhatia. Joining us on stage is Mr. C.P. Gurnani, co-founder and vice chairman, AIO NOS, and former CEO and MD of Tech Mahindra, one of India's most respected technology leaders. Please give him a huge round of applause. We also have joining us on the stage Mr. Sanjay Kathuria, content creator and policy commentator, known for his sharp perspective on reforms, accountability, and policy impact. Please give him a round of applause. Please welcome on stage Ms. Rumki Majumdar, business economist and thought leader, bringing a macroeconomic lens to this discussion. Please welcome Mr. Ashish Agarwal, Vice President and Head of Public Policy, NASSCOM, representing India's technology sector and expectations from the budget 2026. And guiding this conversation is Mr. Pankaj Doval, senior journalist and policy analyst, whose reporting and analysis have consistently brought clarity to complex economic issues. Please give all our speakers a huge round of applause. We are looking forward to hearing their thoughts on unpacking the budget and what it holds for everyone. I'll hand over to Mr. Doval to take this conversation forward.
Just 1 minute. So thank you very much for this budget discussion. I think we've seen a big focus by the government in terms of infrastructure, in terms of digital, in terms of railway corridors and highways. And all this leads to a lot of efficiency. Everybody, some of the people were thinking that the budget is boring, but the broader message is that there's stability, there's continuity, and the budget is addressing the right issues. It's in the right direction, and we moved ahead in terms of our economic growth. We have got a fantastic panel, and let's try and see how they budget, how they see the movement from this budget, and how it impacts our economy. So I'll start with Sanjay. Sanjay, budgets are increasingly today judged on social media. While headlines are there on television and newspapers, but social media is the one where a lot of buzz is created and a lot of reactions come out. What is your assessment? How did the broader public look at the budget and the proposals therein?
Thank you so much, and very, very happy to be a part of this panel.
Yeah.
So, social media, is it okay if I speak a bit in Hindi more?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, social media पे तो basically you are judged every second, every moment.
Yeah.
और यही हुआ, but देखिए social media पे जो लोग available हैं, जो देखते हैं social media, they are the ones who are not formulating the policies, they are the ones affected by the policy.
Yeah.
तो इसीलिए social media पे तो एक थोड़ा सा unhappiness था काफी, कि बिल्कुल था कि middle class को कुछ नहीं मिला, फिर से हमें ठेंगा दिखा दिया, दो budgets पहले at least मैडम ने मिडिल क्लास को थैंक यू फॉर योर कंट्रीब्यूशन तो बोला था, इस बार तो थैंक यू फॉर योर कंट्रीब्यूशन भी नहीं बोला. अच्छा, तो नाराज थी पब्लिक थोड़ी सी, दे वर नॉट वेरी हैप्पी. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट आई थिंक देयर वाज अ फ्रॉम द कैपिटल मार्केट साइड आल्सो दे वर लुकिंग एट अ बिट ऑफ रिलीफ फ्रॉम लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन्स टैक्स. तो जो सोचा था वो मिला नहीं, और जो सोचा नहीं था वो मिल गया. एसटीटी बढ़ गया 0.02 से 0.05 हो गया. So I think from a आम आदमी perspective, कुछ था नहीं. एंड मैं इस चीज को ऐसे देखता हूं, मैंने एनालिसिस किया कि यूएस के पिछले 10 बजट्स अगर आप देखें, उसमें आम आदमी के लिए, जो उनके लोगों के लिए टैक्स चेंजेस हैं, वो 2 बार हुए हैं. Only 2 times, and that were not significant, that were not path breaking. And if you look at Indian budgets over the last 10 years, I think 5 to 6 times there has been something rolled out for our middle class. कभी लिमिट बढ़ा दिया, कभी स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन बढ़ा दिया. सो आई थिंक थोड़ा सोशल मीडिया जजेस एवरीथिंग एवरी मोमेंट, एंड वी लुक एट बजट एज अ गिफ्ट फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट टू अस ऑल द टाइम. बट वो एक्सपेक्टेशन, मुझे लगता है एक्सपेक्टेशन लेवल पे ही गलत है.
बट आई थिंक लास्ट ईयर तो दे दिया था, इनकम टैक्स पे रिलीफ मिल गया था. सो साइमल्टेनियसली वी ऑल्सो हैव टू मैनेज अ फिस्कल डेफिसिट. So does the public understand that the government also has finances to manage, just like we do in our households, that you can't just earn, but you also have to spend and spend in limits?
देखिए सर, जो गिफ्ट मिल गया वो तो गटक गए. वो तो हो गया, कंज्यूम हो गया, या सेविंग हो गई, या एसआईपी हो गई, जो भी करना था कर दिया. अब तो अगली उम्मीद थी. एंड आई थिंक वन थिंग विच आई फील द गवर्नमेंट शुड डू अ लिटिल मोर इन एक्सप्लेनिंग द बजट वेल. मुझे लगता है वो थोड़ा आउटरीच प्रोग्राम्स और एक्सप्लेनेशन में पीछे रह रही है गवर्नमेंट. अगर वो ठीक तरीके से समझा पाए कि 12 लाख करोड़ रुपए अगर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में जाएगा तो इसका इंपैक्ट क्या होगा, डिफेंस मजबूत होगा तो उसका इंपैक्ट क्या होगा, इंडिजिनाइजेशन का इंपैक्ट क्या होगा, ये सब चीजें अगर हम ठीक से नंबर्स में, जॉब्स में, इनकम लेवल्स में, ग्रोथ में एग्जांपल्स के साथ, कंपैरिजंस के साथ बता पाएं, तो आई थिंक इट विल बी बेटर.
Coming to CP, the budget, like he's saying, ki public wants immediate benefits, but the government is looking at long-term growth and not like short-term giveaways all the time. Do you think this is the right approach? And because the government has to look at the larger perspective, larger picture, like we are talking about 12.2 lakh crore in terms of infrastructure. We are giving tax incentives to centers. This creates more jobs. This aids our economy, and AI efficiencies also kick in. So, is this the right approach?
सो पंकज अगेन संजय को फॉलो करता हूँ और हिंदी में ही बोलता हूँ.
हाँ.
और पहले तो बजट को अगर आप 3 तरीके से देखें तो ये काम जो है वो पीएनएल बैलेंसिंग का है. और पीएनएल बैलेंसिंग में जहां आप अमेरिका की बात कर रहे थे तो वहां डेफिसिट बढ़ता ही जा रहा है.
बिल्कुल.
और हम लोग उसको कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं. तो मेरे ख्याल से बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबल बजट है.
Yes.
दूसरा जो है स्टेटेड और अनस्टेटेड दोनों को कम्युनिकेशन जो है कैसे बेटर करें. अब आप अगर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात करें तो आप अगर पिछले 15 साल या 12 साल की परफॉर्मेंस देखें तो इट इज अ परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. इट इज अ परफॉर्मेंस ऑफ फिजिकल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर. और उसी को ही बढ़ावा दिया जा रहा है. अभी उसका रैपर एआई है और कल उसका रैपर क्वांट कंप्यूटिंग होगा is not important. Important is that we continue to remain, stay focused to become the technology capital of the world. If not number 1, at least number 2, number 3. एक तरह से now whether we do it through MSME, whether we do it through startups, whether we do it through data centers, and data centers and GCC. I'm sure Ashish will speak more about it. But अगर आप देखो हमारे ऊपर जब टेलीकॉम पॉलिसी आई थी उससे पहले, आज से 15 साल पहले, उसकी मार अभी तक पड़ती है. क्योंकि वोडाफोन के टैक्स डिस्प्यूट्स, आई मीन सप्लायर के टैक्स डिस्प्यूट्स, आज जीसीसी, डेटा सेंटर्स, ये जो टैक्स रिलीफ है, मेरा तो ये मानना है कि अनस्टेटेड इज कि साहब ये जो 15 बिलियन जो कमिट किए हैं, अगर मैंने टैक्स रिलीफ दिया तो ये 15 बिलियन आएंगे, अदरवाइज वो कहीं ना कहीं अटक जाएंगे. सो आई थिंक द बजट के इंटेंट बहुत अच्छे हैं. उसको हम लोगों का काम है कि कैसे एम्पलीफाई करें.
And sir, does it strengthen this thing that India becomes a digital hub of the world, also manufacturing hub of the world? Are we in the right direction even in those areas?
देखो सब again stated and unstated. 1.4 billion people. अगर ये कॉर्सेरा वाले साहब यहाँ आ रहे हैं, वो क्यों आ रहे हैं? क्योंकि मालूम है कि एजुकेशन इज इम्पोर्टेंट टू एवरी पेरेंट इन इंडिया. और अगर हमारा कंजम्पशन बढ़ रहा है एजुकेशन का, एंड इट एआई इज एन इक्वलाइजर, एआई इज इंक्लूसिव, एआई टेक्स यू टू द विलेजेस. और मेरे को सुपर 30 की जरूरत नहीं है अब मैं सुपर 30 हर गांव में अपने आप चला सकता हूं. नंबर 1. नंबर 2, अगर आप देखो डेटा कैपिटल ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, हमने सबने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर देखा. पहले था मैन पावर इंटेंसिव, अब हो रहा है कि ड्रोन की स्पीड जो है एयरक्राफ्ट की स्पीड क्यों नहीं बना दूं.
एब्सोल्युटली.
स्लो ड्रोन होगा तो कोई भी उसको गिरा देगा. सिमिलरली अगर मैं इस चीज को कंटिन्यूअसली एक्सट्रापोलेट करूं तो मेरा एक्सट्रापोलेशन यही होगा कि टेक्नोलॉजिकल लीडरशिप विल कम फ्रॉम अ फंडामेंटल फैक्ट दैट वी आर द डेटा कैपिटल ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. Not only as a consumer, but we will be able to use applications. अब आज की तारीख में आप अगर भारत बायोटेक का अगर एग्जाम्पल देखते हैं, कोविड के टाइम में उनका वैक्सीन वॉज सुपर सक्सेसफुल अंडर एवरी स्ट्रेन. Why? Because they use the data of India. अगर मैं इसको एक्सट्रापोलेट करके लाइफ साइंसेस में, if I am the next वो क्या जो भी है ये ओज़ेम्पिक क्या मोंजेरो whatever it is, अगर मेरे ब्लॉकबस्टर्स इंडिया से आने लग गए, अगर मेरी एपीआई की डिपेंडेंस मैंने, बिकॉज मैं मॉलिक्यूल्स अपने आप बना पाऊंगा तो मेरा डेटा कैसे यूज होगा और वो किसके पास पहुंचता है? वो हर 1.4 बिलियन लोगों के पास पहुंचता है.
Yeah.
So I think we have to go below the layer and see how it will benefit India. I just gave 2 or 3 examples.
Yeah.
You talked about manufacturing,
Yeah.
MSME. देखो सर, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स सब लोग जाते हैं. अगर कोई चाइना गया है तो वहां पर एक पूरा का पूरा शहर है जो कि सिर्फ फर्नीचर मार्केट है.
Yeah.
और यहाँ से जो गोंगजाओ की फ्लाइट जाती है वो सिर्फ फर्नीचर खरीदने वालों की होती है. क्यों? क्योंकि गोंगजाओ का जो सबर्ब है
Yeah.
वहां पर ये फर्नीचर है.
Yeah.
नाउ माय पॉइंट इज वेरी सिंपल. अगर आप इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स देखते हैं, अभी हमने अपने सभी लोगों ने अपने ही लाइफ टाइम में देखा कि पहले अमेरिकन ब्रांड्स होती थी, खत्म हुई इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में. उसके बाद में चालू हुई जापानीज ब्रांड्स, मोरलेस खत्म. 90% Sonys and Panasonics are only brand names. They are not manufactured by Japan. They have
Sony
been,
TVs will be manufactured by TCL now.
that's what I'm trying
Yeah,
to say.
yeah.
कि सोनी और पैनासोनिक
Yeah.
अब ब्रांड लाइसेंसिंग हुई है.
Yeah.
उसके बाद में कोरियन ब्रांड्स आई और उसके बाद में चाइनीज ब्रांड्स आई. लेकिन क्या है, इनके पीछे भी गांव लगते हैं. ये एक दिन का खेल नहीं है. सेमीकंडक्टर एक दिन का खेल नहीं है, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एक दिन का खेल नहीं है. बट अगर एमएसएमई उसमें कोलैबोरेट करेंगे, चाहे वो फर्नीचर हो चाहे वो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स हो, तभी बनेगा. और ये शॉर्ट टर्म नहीं है. मेरे लिए इस बजट की सबसे बड़ी खासियत है कि वी आर नॉट डिस्कसिंग कि आज का रिलीफ क्या है. एंड होपफुली इट इज नाउ गोइंग टू क्रिएट, जिस तरह से डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हुआ, उसी तरीके से मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनेगा.
100%. I think we are moving in the right direction. And Rumki, you've heard very, I would say, extreme views. One is social media, brickbats, and one where CP says that, you know, for the we are preparing that highway for the long term, be it digital highway, be it the physical highway. How do you look at the budget, and how do you look at the benefits of the budget for the Aam Aadmi, as we call it, for the citizens? Where do you think we are placed right now?
First of all, thank you so much for
Yeah.
having me here. Social media, I don't think India's lifetime is way beyond a social media's lifetime. So,
Okay.
and I totally agree with CP sir that this is the budget for the long term.
Yeah.
This is the budget for a Vixit Bharat. Last 5 years, we have been chasing one crisis to the other.
Yeah.
हम लोग सिर्फ कल कैसे हम अपने आज को बचाएं.
Yeah.
That was our priority, right? Pandemic, then the Russia-Ukraine crisis, then we had the geopolitics. Last year was the US tariff. So we were just moving from one crisis to the other.
Yeah.
But that said, if somebody had asked us कि India will grow at 9%, then 8.2%, then 7.8%, I don't think anybody would have believed it. So clearly, we have done exceptionally well
Yeah.
despite the crisis.
Yeah.
So clearly, there is a resilience. And now the government wants to build on the fact that, ठीक है, we will be able to deal with the crisis. Let's focus the long term. And I think, as rightly said, all these growth that we have seen in China is
Yeah.
not because they went from day to day or year to year.
Yeah.
If you look at today, they are at the helm of critical mineral power.
Yeah.
Do you know when the first critical mineral policy was brought in?
In China.
Yes?
2 decades.
1975.
75.
75.
Okay.
1990 is when they started double downing on critical minerals. That is 50 years of effort.
Yeah.
At that time, we didn't even realize critical mineral is going to be anything. Even if you say AI, their policies started way early in 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
We are right now catching up. And if we don't start today, 2047 is way too short for us to even catch up. So clearly, we have to get that momentum. I think the policies were bang on with data's focus on data centers, focus on AI.
Yeah.
For Aam Janta, I think all these policies are meant for Aam Janta at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
क्योंकि अगर हम लोग अपना मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बेस बढ़ाते हैं, अगर हम लोग we bring in more AI infrastructure, we bring in more energy security in the country, that's when we will become self-reliant, we'll become self-sufficient, and we'll create jobs in the country. And
No, I
that's
think-
what is needed.
Pretty well spoken. And Surya, before I come to you, I'll just go to Ashish once. That the budget strongly backs digital infrastructure and innovation. And how important is this for India's economic growth story, as you see?
So just let's simplify this, right?
Yeah.
That's what we are trying to do. So
Yeah.
I like what you just said, you know, and I think the opportunity is to shift from catching up to leapfrogging.
Yeah.
That is the real dividend from the technology lens, right? And when you think about it, for us, the biggest asset is our talent, and
Yeah.
which is what has let us leapfrog in the tech services side, so that we are not constrained by the rest of the challenges which we have as a developing country.
Yeah.
So when now we want to build on it going forward, I think even CP, what you said is very important, right? So, and also to the first speaker, I think what you started with on the expectation side. So what is really the expectation from the tech industry? We have very, very simple expectations.
Yeah.
Because we, on one side, 80% of the industry is exports.
Yeah.
So our market's outside.
Yeah.
What we want to make sure is that we have a stable, certain regime in India.
Yeah.
And the talent is operating out of India.
Yeah.
The second thing which has shifted and which I see more happening the last decade is that it is not just us exporting, it is the world coming to India to make India their base.
Yeah.
And they have the same expectation. So I'll give you two examples. So when you think about what has happened in the context of the GCCs and the data center, in simple terms, what has happened is to say that come and invest here, pay your fair share of taxes, we will give you a green channel, and that will assume that you have a presumptive profit margin of 15.5%.
Yeah.
If you pay that, you go through the green channel. And similarly for data center, and the tax holiday is also really saying, okay, just don't use our data center, do your CSP work out of India. And that's one example to say that we have put this out for future. The second example, which is not talked about so often, is a nice experiment which we are seeing in the Gift City framework.
Yeah.
And the underlying theme is that we need to stop treating, and we are no longer treating technology as a sector. Technology is something which is interwoven in everything. And in the BFSI space,
Yeah.
we have seen that the Gift City model is finally attracting some traction. And what they've done is they've extended the tax holiday from 15 years to 25 years, in terms of 20 out of 25 years. And second, they've said is after this tax holiday also, for the firms who join in, they will be taxed at 15%. So investments decisions are not done on a daily basis. They are done based on a long-term view.
Yeah.
And that flows from trust and confidence.
Yeah.
And I think that realization is the new thing. And I'll just conclude to say that till now, we have not seen our tax policy as an international competitive advantage lever.
Yeah.
This budget kind of puts a stamp into this to say that while we have human asset and other things going for us, we will also use tax policy as an international competitive advantage lever. And that is something that is interesting from this budget. Thank you.
No, absolutely. I think the kind of tax holidays that we've given, and it's a big enabler for people setting up data centers in India. We've already seen so much of movement in that direction. And hopefully because of this, we'll see more companies come and do data center investments and other kind of investments. Surya, coming to you, and again, going back to the same question about middle class. Why is the middle class so impatient? And are there some hidden nuggets in the budget that they should be aware of, which perhaps gives them some kind of benefits in terms of taxes or anything else?
See, I think everyone said, rightfully so,
Yeah.
how the budget has shaped up the economies over the last so many years, so many decades. But bottom line क्या है पंकज इसके अंदर कि why do we expect every time a big bang budget?
Yeah.
I think we have to move out from that thought process, or we have to go in that intent. It's an ever-changing process. It's a process which we have to follow on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And actually, government is doing this on a
Yeah.
regular basis.
Yeah.
Even in taxation, they're trying to change the course as and when they deem fit, which is rightfully for the market.
Yeah.
I think SEBI ने जैसे पहले बोला कि F&O segment में there's a lot of speculation happening.
Yeah.
That should be avoided. They came out with data कि more than 90%, 95% if I'm not wrong, is the number which people actually lose money.
80% or so is what they say.
90% plus.
90.
It's actually plus than that. Now, if that is the case, and there is no reason to doubt that,
Yeah.
I think what they're doing is absolutely right. Yes, there should be a process that, yes, going forward, I'll increase my STT on my futures as well as options.
Yeah.
It hits some people. For example, if I'm an investor, I'm investing in arbitrage categories.
Yeah.
I lose money. My return on arbitrage comes down by 30 basis points.
Yeah.
I have to live with it for the bigger sake of the economy. At the same time, my rationalization of capital gains is actually happening. And it should be happening over a period of time. I'm already in one of the lowest tax slabs from a capital gain perspective. Of course, I can counter. Kei countries hain jahan par kam tax burden hai, kam tax rates hai. But we also need to understand our dynamics of our country. We are a developing country. We are not a developed country. So we have to live with that. So both middle class and everyone else have to bear the brunt. What one thing I really want any budget to do is that it should be a balance sheet for the country, and the process should be always evolving over a period of time. So for example, on these online betting platforms, they just curbed it last year, which is the way it should be. Now, speculations, they're trying to reduce it. That is the longevity. Because if you look at the numbers of the F&O's trade happening, we are, and I was surprised myself when I saw the data, we are the largest numbered by volumes in the world. And who are the buyers? They're all retail middle class people. So they are trying to protect them. So we have to look at from the spirit of the law and not go just by pure numbers which we are reading and saying. Yes, or what you said, what is in there for the middle class, you do have the TCS coming down, you do have the motor tribunal, the accidental claim, there's no TDS, the interest is not taxable anymore. The simplification of the IT returns, you have 2 dates now of 31st July for the ITR 1 and ITR 2. The new forms will be coming out sooner or later as it gets implemented on 1st of April. You do get benefits of the delay in filing of returns, of course, with the modified fees as they call it. The numbers we don't know as of now. So there are some benefits and some pros and cons also, cons being on the SGB side, on the sovereign gold bonds. Because again, if you look at the intent again, it was never meant to be a trading platform. It was always meant to be for investors to invest money and hold till maturity. Yes, the government thought that by introducing those bonds, my imports of gold will come down. That didn't happen. So they stopped issuing the new bonds, and rightfully so. But trading opportunities got finished. What I didn't like, okay, that's my personal opinion, is that they should have brought that change from a prospective effect and not retrospective effect. Anyone, if I bought a bond from you, let's say before this budget came in, it should not have been applicable for me. As of today, the day the budget came in, it should be prospective from that day onwards. That's something which I want, that we should be looking at prospective taxation changes and not retrospective. That actually doesn't give good vibes to the global economy, to the global people, to the global investors. And that we have seen in the Vodafone episodes and so on and so forth. So that's something we need to bring on. But overall, I think sometime boring is good, is all I can say.
But on the STT part, do you think that's a good move? Because FNOs are a very big part of any developed stock market. So do you think that the government should have gone so hard, because we got a big beating on the stock markets also?
It recovered back. And today, if you look at the market, that's because of tariffs.
Because of the trade deal, yes.
But otherwise, see, taxation is never a deterrent for any investor to come into the market, especially in the speculative trading. The way it could have been handled better was, had they raised a ceiling of the entry point. So a lot of investors would have a bar on that ceiling, because if you look at the percentage of people who are the retail segment, should have been stopped from investing if my bar would have been raised from there. So instead of increasing taxation, I would have raised the bar. That would have been a better option.
And Sanjay, coming to you, like, what were the main concerns or the conversations on social media, or what were people asking once the budget came out? Like, were there any issues that you saw that people were very concerned about, apart from, getting a tax relief? But are there any other issues that people spoke about?
I think, as I said, government has not done the best job in communicating what they have done.
But that is also the job of influencers.
And
government and media are the favorite to be, blamed for everything. But I think, influencers are also a big part of this, conversation now.
But the best part, which I feel, and because I have a, it's kind of my interest also, which is the orange economy. The 15,000 institute partnership to create creators. I think people, now government at least has realized that creator is actually, it's an industry now.
Yeah.
And there is so much ancillary work which goes on around with this industry. You have graphic designers, editors, so much so, you know. And today, if somebody wants to learn, there is no proper mechanism, government-oriented mechanism. There are a lot of private mechanisms, but not government-oriented mechanisms. And this thing, I think, will catapult the social media industry in the future. So I'm very happy with that, and I'm sure once a person starts getting into the creator space, they realize that they can make their own living after certain years. They don't have to depend on a job for that.
Without being a troll. Without being a troll.
See, trolling is our life, and I think in that perspective, we should learn from our Prime Minister. He gets trolled every second, every moment by anyone walking on the road, and I'm sure still he's the best content creator in the industry for all of us. But yeah, I think the government should have done bit more in explaining, maybe in kind of picture formats or the formats which work nowadays.
Yeah.
So that's my feel. But apart from that, the natural undertone is only कि यार हमारे को कुछ नहीं दिया. We have been trying to explain कि हर साल कुछ नहीं मिलेगा. Budget has to be boring. It has to be mundane. Stuff. It cannot be every time very excitement. कुछ नहीं होगा. And अभी कोई central election नहीं है, तो अभी I think this is the span which government can use to push their agendas, and maybe once the election comes by, you get something, gifts from the government at that time.
No, I'm sure, but even these are gifts. The money that we are spending on the capital expenditure, the money on infrastructure, all these, the train, the highways and the train corridors and all. Broadly, how does this translate into economic growth and ease of living for citizens, Rumki, if you look at all this?
See, this budget, I think, is quite well balanced in terms of social and futuristic.
Yeah.
They have given a lot of emphasis on health.
Yeah.
Like initial 5 minutes of the talk was all about health and what all they're going to do for mental well-being, etc.
Yeah.
What I like the most is they are also trying to broad base the growth, because a lot of focus was on MSMEs, which are the biggest job creators and as well as exporters.
Yeah.
And see, we did a research and we found there are 2 problems that MSMEs face. One, access to credit. Second, technology.
Yeah.
And I think this time both of them were addressed quite aggressively. If you look at the small MSE funds for MSMEs, then have to be all the transactions have to happen in threads. Again, a lot of digital transaction that has to happen there. So both of them, those challenges have been addressed. So MSME was one focus, and second was on tier 2, tier 3 cities. And there is something which is very good, because we are seeing growth getting very concentrated in certain urban areas.
Yeah.
That is not okay, because for an India which is so dispersed and so widely different, we really need to take growth at every corner of the country.
It has to be inclusive.
It has to be inclusive. That's not an option as such. So the focus on tier 2, 3 cities, in fact, they ask the corporate sector to be a part of the growth in tier 2, tier 3 cities.
Yeah.
And I know for sure in our organization, we are kind of looking at working with MSMEs and tier 2, tier 3 city, small organizations to scale up. Because that's where the growth is, that's where the potential is, and we need to tap into that.
There are a lot of enablers. And CP, coming to you, while obviously the focus on AI, the focus on digital data centers is good, but as I was asking even earlier, Mr. Abhishek Singh, what about jobs? Because, India also is kind of threatened by what is happening in the AI. We are saying that the coders will completely go away. This back-end industry, the large industry of IT that we have created, do you think that something also needs to be done for these guys? Because, we've got millions of people working in this area.
I think Abhishek Singh was quite vocal that some jobs will go away and the new jobs will get created.
Yeah.
So let's take a pause and just, instead of being prescriptive, let's look at what is India's strength.
Yeah.
India's strength is diversity, India's strength is population, India's strength is education, and so on and so forth. Now, where are the maximum jobs created? They are always in service industry, caregiving.
Yeah.
They're always created in tourism.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's where as a business leaders, we have to first put that into perspective and say, how come the number of tourists to X city is higher
Yeah.
than the whole of India? What can we do
Yeah.
to, create tourism because let's translate into what Abhishek saying and Pankaj, you were discussing.
Yeah.
You said a lot of jobs will be automated. Fair enough. I look at it in a different way. That means that people will have time on their hands. There will be jobs.
I have not to scroll reels.
Sorry?
I'm saying I hope not to scroll Instagram and reels.
I mean, that I will leave it to you and Mr. Modi. All I'm trying to make a point here is that if we are going to have time on our hands, what are the likely activities that we will contribute to?
Yeah.
And that, if you start translating it into jobs, that will give you all the answers. So it is not only IT. Now let's take example. I have time on my hand, I have AI tools, and I want to solve problems. Let's take judiciary. I mean, we all know India is very proud of having a backlog of 5 crore cases. Right? I mean, why would I not create LLM only for legal and judiciary? Why would I not create an SLM which will help the lawyers and the people who are contesting? Similarly, I gave the healthcare example, I gave education. Now I'm giving another example. We have a problem. We have a problem of, let us say, the pollution.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't want to be known as the pollution capital of the world.
Absolutely.
Right? Then what can we do to solve it? That hyper-personalization that we spoke, that each one of us, what we are contributing to that pollution, if we are able to give that statistical data in your hand or my hand, it will become a tool for reducing it. So I think instead of looking at jobs will be lost, I think we have to look at what jobs will be created.
Yeah.
And that is where the opportunity is, because more use cases, more applications, becoming more efficient only means is that we will be helpful to an Indonesia, we will be helpful to a Thailand or a Malaysia, because ultimately it is not only about selling services to West, there is a whole untapped market around the world.
Yeah. So there are a lot of youngsters over here. So I hope you guys take his advice that it is not just about social media, but it is also about skilling and also getting so much from the internet, from these AI, LLMs that everybody talks about. There is so much to learn from them. Ashish, coming to you, and how concerned is NASSCOM on this point? Because, obviously government has its view, and experienced people like CP, obviously they look at the bigger picture and they're always confident. But as NASSCOM, when you talk to companies, are they worried about this, whole transformation that is happening in AI and its potential impact on our jobs and its potential impact on, businesses coming here, giving back-end jobs over here? Yes, GCCs are a big success, but then how do you look at this whole situation?
Right. So this is a question we deal with on daily basis, and I don't think there is one answer to it. The answer is evolving, it is out there. But let's put it in the context. So when I started, I said 75% or 80% of our industry is exports.
Yeah.
20-25% is domestic market.
Yeah.
And that in the last few years is growing at a much faster clip, about 40% faster clip than the exports. So if you think about this, and you think about India servicing 120 odd countries, so if you think about it in the context of demand and supply, I think from a demand perspective, there is, we are not running out of demand anyway. And so therefore our ability to groom our talent to be able to cater to the demand, that is the heavy lift today.
Yeah.
So building on what I'm saying is the biggest challenge in this entire pipeline of talent, like for example, people like Pankaj, me, or anybody on the panel on the room, a lot of people, we bring to the table not only our academic and theoretical knowledge, but our experiential learning. But the people who are going to graduate in the next 4 or 5 years, who are coming back on zero experience probably, they are going to compete with AI on some of the job functions. So how are they equipped to land into an AI world is the biggest challenge. And then to build on just two other points to this is that when you think about the heavy lifting, we have got these DPIs, we have got this digitization. How do we translate the benefits of AI and emerging tech so that this translates into better citizen services is a heavy lift. It's not easy. And the last bit, while we are strong on services, our deep tech ecosystem, we have 30,000 tech startups. How do we now pull the state policy framework and the private risk capital to bring into this ecosystem so that we solve for India from core IP lens and also continue to export? I think these are some of the heavy lifts. So what policies are doing is they are sending the right signal. They are doing the frameworking. But I think given we are India, we will be frugal in what we can afford and do. We don't have these Stargate kind of pockets. So I think there is a lot of stuff which probably lies within the industry to make this happen into reality. So I think policy is 20%, 80% of the stuff is with the industry itself.
Yeah, absolutely. Industry also has to find its solutions and not look at the government all the time. Surya, the government has also spoken about ease of compliance and predictability. So do you think small businesses, professionals will actually feel the difference with all these kind of measures?
Definitely, Pankaj. I think there's some improvement in that. I think one big one you can also talk about, which got highlighted in the budget, was the easing out the compliances on the penal provisions. Section 275 of the IT Act deals with that. So, which talks about, because अगर आपका कोई case चल रहा है appeal में with CIT appeals or with an IT-AT, there are different timelines for handling an appeal. While you will definitely go to your chartered accountant to handle that, but knowing the compliances, knowing the due lines, the deadlines, helps the matter and eases you, gives you less stress. Now they've just put streamline into one single zone of within 6 months of the end of the quarter in which the order is passed or received, whatever the case may be. So that actually simplifies the matter. Also simplifying the matter is a fact, your tax due dates, which always puts burden on the last days, and eventually for whatever reason, right or wrong, I don't know, the IT website used to collapse. Returns were not able to file, so people like us were grappling with time. So they just kind of now passed distributed the tax filing period from 31st July for ITR 1s and 2s to 31st of August for non-ITR 1 and 2s. And of course, for the tax audit assessees, you always have the October deadline. So it just kind of eases you out and gives you that comfort and that confidence. Ki boss, at least they're thinking about it. And also then now having that small tax amnesty scheme coming on, I will not call this ultra HNIs, but let's say the people who are resident abroad have come to India, could be the techies, could be the your students also for that matter, which I think the FM also highlighted that by saying that foreign asset disclosure, that was a very, very stringent penalty of 10 lakh flat, even for non-disclosure, or even $1. So now at least that's had been streamlined by putting some checks and balances in place of two-step process they have initiated. So all these things really help the matter. So I think it gives you that comfort and confidence also that yes, things are moving in the right direction.
No, I think that's very comforting. Just we can take 1 or 2 questions from the house and then maybe the last comments. If we have a mic, can we have a mic, please? Or sir, you can introduce yourself and maybe then. So please speak into the mic, I think. Yeah.
Rates on sale of this tour packages is reduced to 2%. 5% to 20%. It is reduced to 2%, and it is promoting overseas tour packages. What about the inbound tourism? That is my main question.
Surya,
because is all for this tour concession is given for the outdoor tour packaging. Out of India tour packages, overseas tour packages. What about the in India, in the bound tourism that needs more attention? Wedding tourism is a very great, MIC is a very great. Now one more point is there, accountability or the accounting you mentioned about the P&L. Very good point. Have anyone, I'm a very small peanut in this sector, has anyone gone through the CAG reports? What has been allocated to the different sectors, to the different ministries, and how much they have spent, unspent part of that?
Sir,
just 1 minute, last line.
let's just confine ourselves
This
to this.
tourism, they were granted, allocated a huge amount, but how much they have spent actually, that need to be seen. Means Swadesh Aao Bharat, ये हमारा promotion जो है कहाँ है वो देखना चाहिए.
Sure.
Thank you.
Surya, any views on this? That
That's exactly what Sanjay Bhai just told about saying that the presentation needs to be better. They need to tell and inform how do you really have spent money, how much have you received. It's like a presentation of a balance sheet. How your country has done, how our country has done in the last 1 year gone by. What are my earnings? What are my spendings? What is my net surplus or deficit, whatever it may be?
Yeah.
That's exactly what his point was. I think the point is well taken.
I think we are moving. That's it. Just last question. Yes, sir. Sir, we just need to take one question. Yes. Sir, question for whom, sir?
Question is for the MSMEs.
Yes.
Because in this budget, the thrust has been given to MSMEs.
Yes.
And then huge amount has been kept for them.
Yes.
You know, and especially in the manufacturing sector.
Yes.
Which is being shifted from China to India.
Yeah.
You know, but on the ground reality is that the MSME sector, which are very small people who are going into the first time in the MSME sector, they are making the small items for the big project. I'm talking about the infrastructure and EPC projects, where they are a small fry in that. Because a project of 2,000 to 5,000 crores, they give an item of 2 lakh or 3 lakh. But in the 2,000 crores project, it takes 2 to 3 years for completion. You know, the MSMEs are getting, suppose a 2 lakh rupees project is, their share is there, they get 75% payment. 25% payment is held up.
Sir,
Because
those may be
because this is a very important thing I'm discussing for 5 years. I'm a core committee member in the MSME sector.
Yes.
So even I talked to the secretary MSMEs. This is a very boiling issue. That I am also from the MSME sector.
Yes.
We get 75% payment, and the balance payment of during erection, during commissioning, and during after the successful period of 1 year from the successful commissioning.
Yes.
So that poor MSME entrepreneur is held up his payment of 25% for the 4 years. Suppose he is having 4 projects. उसका जो पेमेंट है अगर 2 लाख का है उसका करीब 8 लाख का प्रोजेक्ट किया या 10 लाख का किया.
Sir, we get that. I think.
My request is that धरातल पे जो पॉलिसीज हमने बड़ी डिस्कस की है, बहुत पॉलिसी डिस्कस की है, बस धरातल पे अभी मैं बता रहा हूँ, आपको शेयर कर रहा हूँ इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे. The people are getting out. Either they are going to the services sector where the profit is maximum, but manufacturing sector, the people are going out. So this is my take to the Times of India to take up at the highest level about the plight of the small scale industry. Thank you.
Sir, we get that. Rumki, any comment on this? Broadly, I think government is addressing some of these issues, and if there are issues on the ground, then I'm sure they'll be addressed.
They are. In fact, last year, the government did pass a kind of a rule saying they need to be, MSMEs need to be paid by within 60 days, or 30 days or 60 days. But then they had to pull out because what happened is the big corporations were kind of either arm twisting them, saying, you deregister yourself, do not follow these compliances, otherwise we will move the supply chain to somebody else. So, I mean, the government has its intentions right, it is making these policies, but the execution is where it is not working out well. So
I think it's a constant,
so
it's on the dialogue, it's a constant feedback that obviously government has to take from the ground. We are just wrapping up the discussion, like just a few last comments, one last comment from every panelist. Is boring good, or stability and long term is more important, or big bang announcements are more important, and tax breaks every year to the public, that is more important? We'll start with you. What is more important?
So I'll keep it very brief. I think we have to do both. We have to be boring and we have to be bold.
Okay. But that, I think that is happening.
Well, it's good to be boring because there's a lot of excitement happening from the West. Till yesterday night it was boring, then the US deal happened. So now it's again exciting, back on track, and looks like the stock market is also picking up. So the excitement's back.
It's up today. Sanjay?
I think जैसे when kids go to wedding, they expect कि कुछ तो मिलेगा ही किसी से 50 रुपए मिल जाएंगे, किसी से 100 रुपए मिल जाएंगे. So I think middle class always expects something. And I think government should be cognizant of this and they should do something every year, maybe a little change.
I think the content creators need to explain the things much better. CP, what is your view?
I mean, again, in interest of time, I can only say is predictability is a lot better, consistency is a lot better, and I would rather trade for that than to get immediate swaps.
Surya?
Yeah, consistency and discipline and a long-term approach, I think really is a matter which is very important.
Yeah, I think broadly, even I believe that consistency, discipline, long-term approach, and the gifts keep on coming after. Every year it becomes boring. I think we should wait for them. But broadly, all these measures lead to productivity in our economy. They create more jobs, and that directly or indirectly benefits the citizens. So on this note, positive note, thank you very much for this session. Thanks a lot.
Big thank you to all our speakers. I request all of you to gather for a group photograph. Thank you to all our speakers. Request all of you to take your places off the stage. As we move ahead this morning, the lens widens from the immediate budget takeaways to India's long-term transformation. Vixit Bharat by 2047 is not just an aspiration, it's a commitment. इस सेशन में हम डिस्कस करेंगे growth, reforms and scale in the larger context of India's journey towards Vixit Bharat. Joining us for this very important conversation on the stage is Mr. Sunil Gupta, Managing Director and CEO, Yotta, a leader shaping India's data center and digital infrastructure ecosystem. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. Sunil Gupta. We are also joined by Mr. Shavir Bansal, content entrepreneur, who closely tracks India's startup environment and emerging business models. So please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. Shavir Bansal. Please welcome Mr. Ajay Sethi, Managing Partner, Baker Tilly, bringing a strategic advisory lens on governance, growth and competitiveness. Please give him a round of applause and welcome him on stage. Adding a leadership perspective is Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar, Director General, COAI, offering insights into telecom and digital infrastructure. This session will be moderated by Mr. Sunil Bharat, former Commerce Secretary, Government of India, whose experience spans industry, policy reforms and trade. Please give a round of applause to all our speakers on stage. I request Mr. Bharat to steer this discussion and take it forward.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And let me first of all thank Pankaj for inviting me in this panel discussion and also giving me this task of moderating this session. In fact, I thought that probably I would be one of the speakers, but then he said that Vixit Bharat, concept coming right from the PM's heart. It is important that somebody, who knows about more within the government domain should be talking about it. I'm really very glad that we have a very distinguished panelist here. And let me start without further ado. Normally,
post-budget discussions are surrounded around what are the tax provisions, what are the budget provisions, what are the outlays, etc., etc. And many times the long-term point of view is not taken. Perhaps people think that there is a huge time to discuss it. And I'm very glad that today, although we have started 10 minutes late, and I hope that we'll be getting about 45 minutes, we will be discussing the march towards Vixit Bharat. Now, budget, if you look at, budget is only a small step, or you can say an annual step towards that direction. The Vixit Bharat 2047, when we will be reaching 100 years of our independence, is a vision given by the Honorable Prime Minister and the government. And it sets a sort of goal that where we will be in 2047. Now, of course, and it has been said recently that we may be one of the largest major economy which is fastest growing. We may become the third largest economy very soon, but that is not the end of it. The end is to look at the vision whether we will be a developed economy by 2047 or not. And I'm not getting into the details of how the IMF defines a developed economy or how the World Bank defines the high income economy or the UNDP parameters regarding Human Development Index, etc., etc. But the way this vision has been laid down, it clearly captures the aspirations of 1.4 billion people of India. And it talks about, if I say in one word, that the high standard of living for Indians, for all Indians. We have reduced poverty. You have heard in the budget, 25 crore people have been brought out. But we are looking at an economy which is a developed economy, which has very high standard of living, which has very high per capita income, which is globally connected, very high exports, high level of manufacturing, high technology. So these are the concepts of the Vision 2047. Now what I propose today is, in this particular session, is that we will have 3 rounds. First round, I propose that I will look at some of the, the highlights of the budget, which are a step in this direction towards Vixit Bharat. And if I look at that, the picture is very, very clear. I think for the first time, budget has at many places mentioned that how we will be reaching this 2047 goal of Vixit Bharat. There is a long-term policy direction. Even the tax concessions have been given for the long term, up to 2047, in terms of the cloud services. There is a clear-cut map for, say, atomic energy sector and atomic energy projects where the concessions will be given up to 2035. So there is a clear-cut long-term vision which is reflected in the budget. I will come to them in detail in the course of this session. What I propose that I will just start with what I feel are the highlights of this budget in this direction, and then I will leave this open to the panelists, that from their perspective, how they feel that what is the highlight which takes us forward in this direction of Vixit Bharat. From my perspective, as I look at it, I think there are 3 very important factors or highlights which I can see. One is that increasing the manufacturing competitiveness of the country. whether you look at the extension of semiconductor mission, whether you look at moving from current assembly in electronic manufacturing to component manufacturing, whether you look at the data centers. And the whole focus is, and that is, if you want a sustained growth in India and a high level of sustained growth, you need to focus on the manufacturing sector, which is very, very important. The second theme, which is very clear from this budget, is the focus on services, because services has been a driver of growth for India for various reasons. We have a very large and thriving segment of IT and IT-enabled services. And, but this budget has gone beyond that. This budget is focusing on developing those professionals, whether it may be a STEM professional, whether it may be, you know, even the tourist guides, it may be, you know, those corporate mitras who may be giving help to the MSMEs. It may be the other set of professionals, but there is a huge focus on developing this professional ecosystem. And the budget talks about creating more than 20 lakh such professionals. So how we will be able to do that, that we will come in the next round, but of course you can feel free to talk about it. And the third dimension of the budget is in terms of, because again, if you look at Vixit Bharat, it will be inclusive growth, growth for all, sabka saath, sabka vishwas. So it looks at the labor-intensive sector, and particularly the fact that we have concluded FTAs with developed countries like UK, EU, and today there is a good news that you know, US has also reduced the tariffs, and therefore this, you know, growth of the labor-intensive sector in the country is very, very important. So from my perspective, I feel that, and the budget provides for, you know, reduction in input costs in terms of reduction in tariffs on the inputs which are used by these labor-intensive sectors like textiles, marine sector, and leather. So my point of view is that these are three large indicators, announcements, which reflect the budget's vision for 2047 in a very, very clear terms. With these words, I will have this round, then there will be another subject which I will propose in the second round, and then possibly, if the time permits, third round. And I will expect all the esteemed panelists to focus on what do they see as the highlights in this budget, which take us in the direction of Vixit Bharat 2047. So I will start with our very senior colleague, Lieutenant General Kocha, to start, and then we will move across the panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you for giving me the privilege of starting the discussion. I'm sure there are so many learned people sitting here, and Mr. Patwal has already summarized the good points of the budget so much, so it makes my task a little easier. Tell me one thing, do you see anything other than the lights or any other than the floor or the tables in this room which leads to Vixit Bharat? Do you see anything? Sorry? Thoughts, very nice. What else? Vision. Very good. Do you see a digital highway? No, that is what you can see. Do you see the waves going around, telecom networks floating around? Do you see that? So this is something which we don't see, but which is essential. Today, if our roads break down outside, we'll still make it inside the hotel and have this discussion. But If the digital highways break down, there'll be mayhem. And we've seen that happen a few months back. So importantly, till about 7 years back, pre-COVID, we were dependent only on physical infrastructure, mainly. Digital was showing up, but at a steady pace. Today, I can very confidently say it is an equal runner, if not already surpassing the physical infrastructure. Both are essential. I'm not decrying one against the other, but digital is the future. And this is something that has been recognized by the government in all their assertions. Its reflection can be seen in the physical digital part in the budget. Please understand what I'm saying. Physical digital. The components which make the digital ecosystem, which is an invisible system, that has been addressed. What has not been addressed is to make this digital infrastructure strong. That has not been addressed, unfortunately. And this is despite all the assertions by the Honorable MOC saying that telecom networks are value-added horizontals which need to be strengthened. If the networks are not strengthened, or if they're not of the quality that the user requires, then the economy will falter, the user will not get the satisfaction that it deserves. Today you cannot, and if there is somebody, I would challenge him to raise his hand. Can you work without digital networks? Can you work without connectivity? Is there any sector in this country which does not rely on digital connectivity, where the production is not enhanced by digital connectivity? If the production is enhanced, the GDP of the country goes up. So I am saying that this digital infrastructure, which is invisible, has to be strengthened and cannot be lost sight of. We keep talking about 6G, we want to be leaders in 6G, good. We keep talking about quantum, we want to be leaders in quantum, very good. We want to be the manufacturing hub in India, sure. But where is the infrastructure support? You are leaving that only to happen by chance. Success doesn't happen by chance. It has to be nurtured. And therefore, somehow, maybe the government has factored it in. Maybe in the discussions that follow in Parliament, we'll come to know about it. But as it stands in black and white, we don't find any allocations for strengthening this infrastructure. And I think that is one of the weak spots in this budget. The direction is very good. The actions taken by the government, the focus on physical digital, I'm again saying, is very good. But the infrastructure, the invisible highways have been forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Every year when the budget is announced, I'm an accountant by profession and I consult a lot of foreign companies on coming to India. Every time the budget is announced, there is expectation of some taxes to be changed. Taxes cannot be changed endlessly. The blueprint of the growth is what is the critical factor for any good budget. I'm very happy that the finance minister has not tinkered with the tax rates because they create controversies. I would have been happier to see some changes in the customs duty though, some changes in the law itself. But I have a suspicion she'll address it during the year itself because now that the US treaty looks to be underway, there might be some changes which will affect all of us. Having said that, let's just take a step back and understand how the economy is moving. From my experience of about 30 years working on the economy and working on the laws very closely, working with the government quite closely, I have realized that 2025 marks the, let's say, the golden era of India. Something like what China experienced 15, 20 years back is what I see 2025 heralding in. It was the start point. And 26 was supposedly going to be fantastic, and I've still got the gut feeling it's going to be even fantastic. It'll continue for the next 10, 15 years. But then came the trade tariffs and this trade issues with United States, starting it off. And now you can sit back and wonder what to do. or you do something on the front foot. And I'm very delighted to see that the government came out with a set of rules. FTAs they signed. EU FTA, we have been working 18 years or 19 years on that, and that's got signed and cleared. There's New Zealand, there's UK, and everything is getting ratified. This is a very good, positive step to give a signal. The treaty we have signed with US is no fluke. They are also reacting, they are business people, they are also reacting to our overtures to the globe. You see the new laws on maritime which came in, you see the new laws which came otherwise on Income Tax Act. You see the changes the government is adapting. So they reacted well to the first level of pressure coming to them. Then comes this budget. Now without going very deep, I'm sure you'll ask me questions later. But without going very deep, let's understand what is the purpose of this budget. It's a blueprint. It's not an immediate knee-jerk reaction that we'll do this and tomorrow you're going to get some benefit. It's got a long-term plan. How do you see the long-term plan? See some of the tax holidays which have been promised till 2047. Data centers have been given importance. A country like ours needs electronics, semiconductors as the most important thing. If you want to be powerful in defense, aerospace, automotive, without these two issues, you're going to get nothing. And pushing semiconductors in the forefront. And right now we remember we are not doing fabrication, we are just doing assembly. The real thing is fabrication, when you can produce chips yourself within the country. We are far away from that. But the first steps have been taken. Then you look at the way the logistics chains have been, containers have been given an exemption, 20 new waterways. You see what we are trying to do, we are trying to link up the supply chains to move goods from any part of India using the waterways into the high seas. And that is a very efficient way to create future supply chains. You can't create future supply chains by saying we are a replacement for China. You've got to move the goods also. Similarly, if you look at the chain about moving air freight and asking Udan and other places to come up, each one of them has a long-term impact on India, and specifically given the fact that the government's focus is rail, road, airplanes, and now space in a big way. I think the plans are very interesting, and I'm quite excited to see what will be the next budget and the next budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So I'm a content creator by profession. I run this channel called Be Kifayati. It's a social media finance platform. Funnily enough, I was in a similar panel about 4 years back. And when I asked the question of like how many folks know creator economy, less than 10% folks knew about it. I'm sure as of today, more than 50% of you would know what creator economy is. I'll share another personal anecdote. 5 years back, so I was working with Kotak Mahindra Bank in a building right next to this hotel, so fairly aware of this area. I was part of their corporate investment banking team. And when I told my mom that I want to quit this job and become like a content creator full-time, she literally, like, zameen unke पैरों से निकल गई कि, my God, what are you doing, right? And millions of years later, she still hopes that I will get back to my corporate job. She doesn't consider content creation as a job. This is how every Indian parent sees content creation. And this specific budget was super personal to me, super personal to content creation, because government has officially recognized content creation as like a legitimate job. They've denoted this term as orange economy. They've denoted saying that there'll be a setup of 15,000 creator labs across India within the next 2-3 years. As of now, content creation is adding about $20 billion to the economy. And as Sir mentioned, services is one of the most important pillars of this economy. And I'm so sure that content creation will play like a super important role within this services bracket. As of now, it's adding $20 billion to the economy. I'm sure this number will go up to $100 billion by 2030 and say $1 trillion by 2047. So yeah, super happy with the budget.
Good morning. I run data centers, I run sovereign clouds, and I run GPU clouds, which are used mostly by India mission, various people who are building sovereign AI models, and they'll be putting them for inferencing. I think we all must have seen, and I saw many of the reports, that in this year budgets, the finance minister used the word AI 11 times. And the headline obviously is getting captured by that the foreign data center operators have been given a 20-year tax holiday till 2047. Now, there's a background to this, why this has come out. This is something which, like as everybody said, budget is all about taxation and many other things. Why specifically so much of focus, so much of headline focus on data centers? Let me give you some data. India as a whole used to have just about 200 megawatt of data center capacity around 2016-17. We used to be tiny in the whole world map. And in the last 7 years, with so much of social media adoption, cloud adoption, and everything, now obviously AI has come up, the data center build-out has increased 7 times. Now we are around 1.4 gigawatt in the data center industry. Now, if we just compare that we are in India 1.4 billion people, and the data center capacity is 1.4 gigawatt. If you compare that to a US, they are 350 million, 35 crore log hain, but the data center capacity is 17 gigawatt. So 1/4 population is US ki, lekin the data center capacity is 17 times higher compared to India. Just do a simple math. US is still on a per capita basis, data center capacity is almost 50 times, 60 times bigger than India, right? And if we all believe, I'm sure we all believe, that India is as much digital savvy, maybe more, compared to US or China, anywhere in the world. We use our mobiles for anything and everything. We know UPI and we know every way we consume digital. The digital infrastructure in India has to keep pace with the adoption of digital in our lives. And AI is just increasing that further. So that was the key thing, that instead of people serving the Indian consumer demand from the data center from outside, like you are using YouTube, you are using Instagram, you are using Facebook, you are using WhatsApp, all these things you are using, but none of these are hosted in India. While so much of data build-out has happened, so much of content has come, enterprise content, government content is in India, but none of these social medias are still hosted in India. So while everybody is using India as a consumer market, everybody wants to monetize the Indian market, they are using us as consumers, but they are not building the building blocks of this digital economy in India, which is data centers and cloud, and building their IP in India. And that is where it has come from. Second part, if you say city country like Singapore, they don't have any consumers. It's a small city country. But see the data center growth in Singapore. They had to put moratorium. You know, the whole 10% of the power of the whole city country was just getting consumed in data centers. And there are pockets in the world which do not have local consumption, but they are data center hubs. Why? Because they have given the incentives and policies and everything which these DC operators need to build data centers and cloud there and serve the rest of the world. So this benefit which government is giving, that hyperscalers, you come to India, and for the purpose of serving the rest of the world, you build data centers in India. That is what this clause says. This is not putting the Indian data center operator, cloud operator at a disadvantage. They are not putting the local consumption, you know, by the Indian users of the cloud companies at a lower tax. No, they are only putting the taxation which these cloud operators will be, like on the margins which will be earning from the global earning, dollar earnings, only on that they are putting zero taxation. So this is a very, very smart move. Many people are not able to decipher what they are doing. They are not putting the Indian sovereign operators at a disadvantage, but the government is trying to make sure that all these foreign operators, they start serving from India. Instead of a Malaysia, instead of Singapore, instead of a Dubai, instead of Australia or any other part of the world, let them start bringing the largest capacities of data centers and their IP into India, because these data centers, while on the face of it we say, oh, employment ज़्यादा नहीं होता data center में, but see the indirect employment. एक data center बनाने के लिए एक time में 4 से 5,000 लोग 2 साल तक काम करते हैं. And if we start in building in India thousands of data centers, which will be required in India, see the indirect employment which route, and of course the indirect impact on the economy because of the adoption of digitization and AI, which will have on government to citizen services like agriculture or education or healthcare or whatever, will be hugely immense. And I think I just wanted to tell you that this is the whole background why the government has specifically focused on providing this big tax holiday of 20 years to the foreign cloud operators. Thank you.
So thank you, Sunil, on elaborating on this particular issue, because I think budget is also a force multiplier or a catalyst. So unless and until the outlays, the tax concessions, they are lapped up by the private sector. And they move in that direction positively. Not only the domestic manufacturers, but also the FDI coming into India. So I think these are very, very important issues, and I'm very thankful for this first round of discussion. In the next round, I think this clock is slightly making my heartbeat rise, because I think we started 10 minutes late, so I will take those precious 10 minutes for this panel. Now, if you look at this budget not only provides for the normal, important, crucial issues which a budget provides, but also lays a roadmap. And one roadmap which it lays down, there are three, in fact, which I will mention. The first one is it talks about a standing committee on the services sector. And it talks about, high-powered education to employment and enterprise standing committee. Now, this is a very, very important concept. And since it will be a standing committee, there will be a long-term work which will be going on. And I'm very sure that government will be taking the feedback from different stakeholders, including the industry captains. Government has also, in this budget, the finance minister has also announced about setting up 5 university townships. So I think the government is looking at education, not just for the wage employment, but education for the self-employment, education for setting up enterprises, a great connect between education and industry. So in what way you, the panelists, feel that this can be a major step? Second is that there is, again, a high-level committee which is going to be set up on the banking sector, which will talk about the inclusive growth, which will look at the consumer protection, which will look at how the credit is made easier. In fact, as Commerce Secretary, I remember we used to look at, the cost of credit to the exporters vis-a-vis, the exporters in the world, and we found that it was very high cost. And the government, in fact, provided for certain concessions on that issue. So what are your expectations from this other committee? And the third very important part, which government is talking about, that the growth and development of these tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Because if you look from the perspective of the cost competitiveness, particularly in the services sector, even in manufacturing, the cost competitiveness has to come from, moving some of these manufacturing and the services into the tier 2 and tier 3 cities where, the cost of living is low, and therefore wage costs may also be low, and particularly for the export-oriented economy, this may be very, very important. So I solicit again, in a similar fashion, your views on how you feel that these 3 important budget announcements in the Honorable FM's speech take us forward on the Vixit Bharat 2047. Thank you.
I think that the government has finally caught the bull by the horns. Skilling the manpower to meet the environment which is emerging is essential. And all our efforts at skilling has been at the grassroots levels, which has not really paid off. Now, if they're going into colleges and universities and they're creating a connect between industry and academia, and this is a very, very welcome step. Second, it is being monitored at a very high-powered committee level. So obviously, it will bring results. It is not being left to mundane levels. So that is a very good step that has happened. Another thing is that the government is very cognizant that the building blocks of a digital ecosystem have to be put in place. And they have done enough justice to data centers, to manufacturing of chips, etc., etc. But again, I come back to the point that all the 3 panelists sitting here, whatever they said, underlying carriage of all their products has to be on digital networks. And that is something that some amount of focus should have been there. Hopefully it comes back in some form or the other. Thank you.
So if you look at the budget speech of the finance minister carefully, or you have heard it, she said that she wants to continue sustainable growth for the country. She talks about ease of doing business. She talks about people-centric development, and then she said a couple of other things. She puts 3 pillars. At the very start of the speech, she said 3 pillars, and this is very crucial to understand, and then you'll get an idea how the budget operates. She's talked about sustainable growth. She's talked about financial reforms, and she's talked about technology, including AI. That's the 3 things she said, and then if you look at the budget, it keeps on touching in and out. So without taking too much time and to ensure that all of us give our views, let me just touch one of these high-powered committees, banking. Others, education and all are there, and education is, even before I go to banking, I think if this country needs a most serious reform, it's required on education, because the education going down to the masses is very substandard. And if you get students of class 12th and you start talking to them who have gone from government schools, you will realize their ability to grasp basic English and basic maths is missing. So it's paper education, and that the government is looking quite seriously, and I'm delighted to see that. Now coming to banking. If you look at the last year's budget, the government made a non-banking, non-financial sector committee to give them suggestions on how to tackle the problems in the manufacturing side. One of my colleagues out here was talking about MSME facing problem. What are the biggest problems we face? The biggest problem we face as a manufacturing company is compliances and inspection. This is a big headache, and the government actually marked that and said this is what we got to tackle, and they've started some movement there. The financial sector reforms are required because in India, if you are a billionaire, then getting a loan from the bank is very simple. But why does a billionaire need loans? Now, if you're a startup with brilliant ideas and you want to start something out there, do you get a loan from the bank? Obviously not, unless your parents are going to put your collateral of their house out there and give you the loan. So the banking reforms, I'm just touching one aspect. There are many aspects. We are pretty primitive in our banking segment. And these committees will be put in to replace and make it better. And that's something I'm keenly looking forward to. But before I sound I sound despondent about the whole matter, let me tell you all, 2008, when the Lehman crash happened, the country which did not get affected was India. And therefore, there is something strong about the Indian banking system. It just needs to be upgraded. So pretty excited to see what comes next on that. Thank you.
See, I've been in content creation and banking, so probably I can see this point from both angles. Being a content creator, you don't have to be in a specific circle or a specific pocket. You can do it from anywhere. You can do it from a tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, anywhere that you want to be. And with government announcing setting up of creator labs and 15,000 creator labs in AGVC industries, so yeah, that's a huge boost to the ecosystem. I think that will add to the government's point on making tier 2, tier 3 important. But speaking from a banking perspective, I think the reforms have been there, and many banks are even trying. But I think the intent from banking has to be has to be stronger. That's what I feel. So yeah, that's it.
I think coming back on the theme, what government is trying to achieve by putting so much of focus on AI is they are realizing that AI will be a force multiplier. Like as somebody in that, I think previous panel said, the NASCOM person, that AI or technology itself is not an industry. They are the enabler for all the other industries. So they should be taken as a support tool then instead of considering them as a separate industry. Consider farmer who now gets to know from AI, and these are real-time live cases, there are live examples in the country for this, who gets to know in which season कौन सी फसल उगानी है, कितना पानी डालना है, पेस्ट कंट्रोल के लिए कितना ट्रीटमेंट देना है, कौन सी मंडी में मेरे को सबसे अच्छा भाव मिल जाएगा, right? Imagine that a student instead of just having, I think हमारी country में student teacher ratio बहुत ज़्यादा कम है. Now imagine, and this is a project we are doing, my company is doing with some of the educationists, where we are trying to make every single subject which any university or school is teaching, creating a small micro AI model of each of the subject. So student learns from the teacher during the day in the college, or he goes to tuitions or whatever, but on his own, instead of using a general purpose tool like ChatGPT, he has got a very focused AI tool which is on economics, on political science or sociology or engineering or whatever subject he wants to learn. So effectively, you are not threatening the teacher. Teacher has his own role. Those things AI will not replace, but it is force multiplier for the capability of the teacher, and that will make that the teacher's education as a co-pilot of the teacher also goes to the student in addition to the what teacher is doing. So you are actually taking education further. Imagine that you are able to, with 99% accuracy, diagnose a problem from your ECG or X-ray reports, just machine is doing that. Just imagine the force multiplier to the doctor, because again, we have a very, very less ratio of patient to doctor in the country. So we have got innumerable examples across the country. By the way, another example, if you see the micro loans in the banking industry, today you don't have much of the papers. The people who don't earn much, they don't have much of the papers to show to the bank how do they get loan. But AI actually is searching through their entire social media history, trying to see the spend patterns, trying to see their earning patterns, and based on that, banks are able to give micro loans to them. So innumerable examples where AI is actually going to increase the productivity, I would say happiness of the people. AI itself will teach people how to learn AI itself. And that possibly shows the indirect benefit why government talked about these data centers, because data centers are the foundation on which this cloud or AI will run. Why government is pushing hard on this, AI and putting budgets around that. Just to, by the way, giving example, just few days back, I was standing on a Pani Puri thela in Bombay, यहाँ पे गोलगप्पे बोलते हैं, and I was asking this guy, यार तू एक घंटे में कितनी पानी पूरी सर्व कर लेता है, कितना कमा लेता है? And he says कि सर पहले क्या होता था, मैं पानी पूरी देता था, फिर 2 मिनट रुकता था, हाथ साफ करता था, कैश लेता था, फिर उसके बाद दोबारा कैश एडजस्ट करके चिल्लर दे के मैं वापस अपना नेक्स्ट पानी पूरी देता था. But now I keep on serving constantly my customers one after the other, because customers आते हैं, कोड स्कैन करते हैं, मेरे को वो स्पीकर पे सुन जाता है कितना पैसा दिया है. My productivity has increased almost 200 times simply because technology is there which is taking care of all my cash receivables. I am just increasing my productivity. So my point, and coming back to the same thing, that sometimes you are not, the direct means to increase productivity are not enough. We are doing that. But this indirect means of pushing an AI into every single thing and enabling that by putting this infrastructure is something which leads to more productivity, more economic growth. And of course, the emphasis on education towards that is very, very important, which government is trying to do. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you, Sunil. And it's showing time is up. So I will not spend more time on having any further discussion. I would only strike this very optimist note, is that Vixit Bharat is a journey. Steps are being taken, as we have seen in this budget. The whole exercise within the government is happening, along with all the stakeholders. You must be aware of the ex-Cabinet Secretary Rajiv Gauba committee, which is working on it. And different departments, ministries, they are preparing their vision document. And there is a huge scope for how we refine this vision of 2047 further, and we move on the course of reaching this goal of Vixit Bharat, the developed economy. With this note, thank you so much to all of you for being here and for giving your very, very valuable suggestions. Thank you so much.
Big thank you to all our speakers for coming here and sharing their thoughts with the audience. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen. I request all of you to take your places off the stage. We will continue with our discussions during the day, and I'm sure all of you have a lot of takeaways from the discussions that have transpired so far on what the budget holds for each one of us. Now, budgets are ultimately judged by one simple question. Does it make life better for people? Jobs, housing, affordability, education and cost of living. ये वो मुद्दे हैं जो घर घर को इफेक्ट करते हैं. And in this session, we will be discussing the impact of the budget on the Aam Aadmi. So for this discussion, I would like to invite on stage our panelists for this session. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Shiv Agarwal, Managing Director, ABC Consultants, a leading authority on employment trends and workforce dynamics. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. Shiv Agarwal. Please welcome on stage Professor Dr. Sanjeev Vakai, Padma Shri Presidential Awardee and Chairman, Nephron Clinics, bringing healthcare and citizen-centric view. Please give a round of applause to the gentlemen and welcome them on stage. Please welcome Ms. Kashika Malhotra, Director, Brandman Retail, leading business development and brand partnerships across India's sports and lifestyle retail space. Please give a round of applause and welcome Ms. Malhotra on stage. Please welcome Ms. Sonu Iyer, National Leader, People Advisory Services Tax, EY, bringing deep expertise in the intersection of taxation, workforce policy, and organizational strategy. Please welcome on stage Ms. Himani Chaudhary, Mutual Fund Distributor and Finance Educator, representing aspiration of young working India. Please give a round of applause and welcome all our speakers on stage. This session will be moderated by Sumit Chaturvedi, editor, voiworld.com. Please give a round of applause to our moderator and welcome him on stage. I'll hand it over to Sumit to take this conversation ahead.
Thanks, Anisha. Thank you, everyone, for joining me today. And as we know that budget is just not a blueprint for economy, it is also there for the Aam Aadmi, for the common man. Many things have happened this time in budget, like always, but again, some criticism is also there. So I would like to start with everyone and talking about Aam Aadmi. Was he ignored this time, or was it enough given last time, and this time it was something given because there was no big bang announcement for Aam Aadmi? What's your reaction? Let's begin by Sonu Iyer from your side. Taxes, some simplification has happened. TCS rates have been, some change has happened there, but big bang announcement from Aam Aadmi missing, are they?
Sure, they are missing, but I think the simplification, which was the theme of the budget, was also helpful for Aam Aadmi. A lot of simplification, in terms of making sure that the tax return forms, which will be rolled out eventually, are going to be simpler, easier to use. The finance minister focused on that. The fact that, she spoke about making procedural compliance from an assessment plus penalty order being combined. TCS simplification that you spoke about, 2%, it will take away the pain of cash flow being logged for many. I think for Aam Aadmi, I would think the big picture budget in terms of the focus on, the right industry, infrastructure, on new gen technologies, focus on medical tourism, promotion of, inbound tourism through heritage sites, etc. I think if the ecosystem is prospering, if the economy is thriving, Aam Aadmi is definitely going to be helped. So no big bang, but I think there is, we can take solace that the country will be progressing, which will translate into better deal for the Aam Aadmi. That's my take.
Okay, and I come to you. How do you see it for Aam Aadmi, the common man, the backbone of economy and democracy?
I mean, आम आदमी तो हमेशा यही चाहेगा कि हर बजट में मुझे टैक्स कट मिल जाए, but that is not possible given the जो हमने पैटर्न देखा था पिछले साल और उसके पिछले साल, इतने ड्रामेटिक चेंजेस आए थे कि उसको अब्जॉर्ब करने में एक्सपर्ट्स को इतना टाइम लग गया था कि अभी तक भी लोग उसको समझा रहे हैं, एंड उसका इम्पैक्ट देखना इकोनॉमी में भी बहुत ज़रूरी है. जैसे गवर्नमेंट एक्सपेक्ट कर रही थी कि पर्सनल इनकम टैक्स जो है ईयर ऑन ईयर 21% से बढ़ेगा, बट वो अभी तक सिर्फ 6% तक बढ़ा है, तो उसका इम्पैक्ट भी देखना होगा. बट आई ऑल्सो थिंक कि आम आदमी ना टैक्स कट पे बहुत फोकस करता है. आई वॉज एक्सपेक्टिंग कि इस बार बजट में इन्वायरमेंटल कॉस्ट को भी कंसिडर किया जाएगा, क्योंकि आम आदमी के लिए मैक्रो लेवल पे फिस्कल डेफिसिट 4.4 है, 4.3 है, इमीडिएटली उसको नहीं इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा. पर वो घर से निकलता है, रोड टूटी हुई होती है, एयर इज़ नॉट क्लीन, वाटर इज़ नॉट क्लीन, फूड स्टैंडर्ड्स ठीक नहीं है, रोड टूटी हुई है, 90 डिग्री एंगल पे बनी हुई है, वो भी हमारे लिए कॉस्ट है. लोग बोलते हैं इसके बारे में बजट में क्यों बात करनी है, क्योंकि जो हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की क्वालिटी है उसका भी इम्पैक्ट है जीडीपी पे, और जो हमारी इन्वायरमेंटल कॉस्ट है उसका भी इम्पैक्ट है जीडीपी पे। सिर्फ इन्वायरमेंट कॉस्ट जो है ना वो 5.7% अफेक्ट करती है जीडीपी को, लाइक इमेजिन। लेकिन उस एनवायरनमेंट को ठीक करने की कॉस्ट सिर्फ 0.02% है ऑफ जीडीपी ग्रोथ। अगर आप रोड एक्सीडेंट्स की बात करो तो 4.8 लाख लोग हर साल मरते हैं रोड एक्सीडेंट पे, 1 घंटे के अंदर 20 लोग मर रहे हैं। लाइक बाय द टाइम हमारा पैनल खत्म होगा 20 विल बी डेड। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आम आदमी इस चीज़ के ऊपर क्यों नहीं डिमांड कर रहा। हाँ, हम नंबर्स बिल्कुल अचीव कर रहे हैं, हम थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी भी बन जाएंगे, बट आई ऑलवेज से दिस कि इफ वी आर द थर्ड लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी और इवन द लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी, व्हाई डज एवरी इंडियन वांट्स टू लीव इंडिया, व्हाई, राइट? तो ऐसे करके वो तो होता है ना, घोड़े के ऊपर यहाँ ये लगा देते हैं, यहाँ ये लगा देते हैं कि तू सिर्फ मतलब आगे देखते को रेस जीतनी है। तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है हम रेस जीतने के पीछे पड़े हुए हैं और हम होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट नहीं देख रहे। हर घर में मुझे एयर प्यूरिफायर क्यों लगाना पड़ रहा है, वो भी तो एक कॉस्ट है, राइट? और इवेंचुअली अगर मेरे को कुछ हो जाता है और आगे जाके मेरे को डिजीजेस के पैसे देने पड़ रहे हैं, वो भी तो एक कॉस्ट है। तो उस कॉस्ट के ऊपर मेरे को एक्सपेक्टेशन थी, मेरे को टैक्स की एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं थी टू बी ऑनेस्ट, लेकिन ये एक्सपेक्टेशन मुझे थी। एंड आई थिंक हमको इस पे फोकस करना चाहिए, ग्रीन जीडीपी पे हमको फोकस करना चाहिए कि जो हमारी इन्वायरमेंटल कॉस्ट है उसको ठीक करने की, उसके बाद हम क्या वैल्यू एडिशन कर रहे हैं। एक ही रोड को बार बार बनाते रहते हैं, वो भी एक जीडीपी कॉस्ट है। ये सब मिला मिलू के आई थिंक 10 to 15% जीडीपी इज गेटिंग अफेक्टेड एंड इवन आवर लाइव्स। सो आई थिंक आम जनता को वहाँ फोकस करना चाहिए।
I'll come to Kashika Malhotra. You come from retail sector, and there is lot which has been announced for retail sector this time. Do you think in the long term, this retail sector, whatever backing they have got, affordable retail products, footwear and all that, that will be beneficial for the Aam Aadmi?
Definitely. So I think with the budget and with the rise of tier 2, tier 3, we see a huge rise in affordable footwear as well. So one of the brands that we have at Brandman Retail is Rockport. So that is make in India, make for the world. We make the products in India. So I think with more budgets going towards infrastructure, it really improves our logistical costs. It gives the tier 2, tier 3 is actually aware of brands now, is aware of the product that they're consuming, a chance to be able to experience those. So I think there's a huge rise. If I talk about from a business perspective, I think this rise in retail in tier 2, tier 3, even tier 4 now also helps with job production, which ultimately contributes to the economy.
Okay, I come to you, Mr. Bagai. Now, less to complain when it comes to your sector, definitely 10% increase. Is it good for Aam Aadmi? And it has been increasing since COVID, so it is there always, but unspent budget is also increasing. That is one concern.
Good afternoon. So I think this is not a flamboyant budget. It's not a cowboy budget. It's a working budget. If everyone follows cricket, it's not the first 10 overs, it's the middle overs. It's a consolidation phase. We are looking at 2047, and I think everyone should be very proud to be marching towards that. Some of us will not be there. Many of us will be there. We are building it for the next generation. But coming purely as far as healthcare is concerned, I'll divide it in two parts. I think what has been done and what has been missed. So I think what has been done is we've now reached almost 1,04,000 crores. It's about 11% increase as compared to last year. It's 196% increase in the last 12 years. So that's astronomical. So just to give you a capture view, because statistics give a lot of information, when you're talking in terms of healthcare, we had one AIIMS in 64, 65 years. As I speak today, we have 25 All India institutes which are functional, fully equipped with staff and skill sets. 3 more are being added in this budget. That's the first point. Second is, we have drastically improved our bed strength and doctor numbers. We had about 450 odd medical colleges exactly 10 years back, and today we have crossing 750. We had 40,000 medical seats. Now we have more than 1 lakh. We had 35,000 postgraduate seats. We have now 80,000. So it's more than 100% increase. So that's called as capacity building. I'm absolutely clear that if the entire nation has to reach our objective of being fully developed by 2047, and we should take great pride in it. The nation has to be healthy. And in this context, it is absolutely critical that the finance minister has mentioned mental health. Mental health is something which is affecting 15% of all Indians. 14% of all women postpartum have depression. No one talks about it. So I think it's important that you are putting up more institutes like NIMHANS, but other centers too. In fact, I would take a great opportunity and great honor in sharing with you that within a month I'll be launching from Delhi going pan-India, a chain for mental wellness, focusing on teenagers, adolescent and young women. I want to break this stigma. I want to tell people that they are not isolated. But coming back to what could have been done and has not been covered sufficiently, sorry, but before that is 5 regional hubs of international medical tourism. Can I take just 1 minute more because I'm in a flow, so if I get your permission. So Indian doctors are perhaps number 1, 2, 3 in the world. Indian infrastructure is also perhaps number 1, 2 in the world at 1/10 the cost. Setting up the regional hubs of international medical tourism is actually going to attract more number of patients. As I speak right now, more than 10 million patients are coming every year in India. More than 22 billion is the exchequer economy right from medical tourism at 1/10 the cost. So this is going to build a huge infrastructure hub. I'll give you 2 very quick examples. Pittsburgh was a city in US, northern part of US, which was destroyed after the great economic collapse in US 30, 40 years back. And the city elders sat together and they made it an educational and medical hub. Today it's in the first 5 of the world with 29 healthcare chain hospitals running. The word Jeep begins from a city known as Toledo, Ohio. When the industry collapsed in 40s and 50s, it was the steel capital, glass capital. The industry collapsed and they converted that into again an educational and medical hub. So this hub, what are being created as 5 regional hubs, is going to attract not only talent from patients coming abroad, talent from within, and setting up an infrastructure. And of course, employment. Healthcare is one of the largest employers in India, barring defense and railways. What could have been done and what I wanted to hear, but I did not hear in the speech is, I want a great amount of budget focused on climate change and pollution. We are losing more than 2 million Indians every year. Our healthcare budget is 1 lakh crore, just more than that. Our loss in economy is 7 lakh crores a year because of pollution, directly because of pollution. Every minute, every second, we are losing Indians, not only in northern India and Delhi, but see the haze, see the pollution. Everyone talks about it as if like it's a social event. What is a PM? What is AQI? I mean, that's ridiculous. We have to get to terms with the grip of the situation because people are dying. Fetuses are being affected. Pregnancies are being affected. And one last thing which I would like is a special avenue needs to be given of foreign direct investment in healthcare, which needs to be regulated. At the present moment, private healthcare is largely unregulated. It has a lot of regulation to control it, but it is still unregulated. And the reason very quickly is last 60 seconds is all government-owned lands have private hospitals. So private hospitals are built on government-owned lands, which is institutional land. It's owned by a charitable trust. But where is the charity? A private equity guy comes in, I'm not taking any names, all corporate hospitals. ALL, all corporate hospitals. Private equity comes in, they want the EBITDA, more than 15-18%. The trust wants the money, and the private corporate hospitals want the money. Even though we are the cheapest healthcare delivery system in the world, but still we are expensive for a common person. So this needs to be regulated. If you're calling it charity, it has to be charity. You're getting ATG exemption. It needs to be regulated. Thank you.
Mr. Agarwal, coming to you now, jobs. Do you think that one word was missing, or do you think all the steps taken for the long-term benefit of economy, Vixit Bharat, that will indirectly take care of the particular demand as far as jobs are concerned?
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was actually a very pro-jobs budget. While, I think we've been used to hearing freebies that we are going to create X number of jobs by doing this. I think the finance minister stayed away from those announcements, which was actually very welcome. I think where do jobs come from? They come from when businesses are confident, when they see continuity in policy. And I think this was a very, I would call a BAU budget, business as usual budget. Like sir said, the middle overs in cricket. As a business person, I would say I get confidence with the continuity of policy. Obviously, each sector, and everyone's spoken about their respective sectors there. I think all of that will lead to jobs. 3-4 clear things. I think focus on infrastructure continues. Infrastructure is a big job generator. Manufacturing, the MSME focus, we heard about the 10,000 crore fund to help MSMEs. Ease of doing business broadly leads to more business confidence, which will lead to more hiring confidence. So I think jobs are an outcome. Budgets don't create jobs, right? I think execution will matter. Of course, it's easy to announce a bunch of things. How we execute as a country will matter. But I think it was actually a very pro-growth, pro-budget, pro-jobs budget. I'm actually very glad there were no big bang announcements there. As business people, we often get a bit nervous about too many big bang announcements coming. I think continuity was the flavor. That will lead to job creation.
Okay, Sonu, coming back to you. Do you think there was a less elbow room because most of the GST rate cuts have been announced earlier, and also throughout the year, more and more announcements keep on coming? That is why sometimes it is difficult for more announcements to come when it comes to taxation.
So Sumit rightly pointed out, the revenue management was a big driver here. We've had less than expected tax collections. And despite that, the investment that is, the allocations towards all the right things, whether it is data centers support, whether it is building AI hubs in India, building infrastructure, I think there was very little leg room or elbow room really in terms of the finances available to the finance minister. I think that's why the hike in securities transaction tax, which created the impact that it did in the market today, it's back to normal. But yesterday we saw a bit of a bloodbath there. I think that may hurt, but clearly that's the intended to get and augment some of the revenue collection that was not there. So, they did what they could best in the circumstances, and as rightly pointed out by Mr. Agarwal, instead of making any great subsidy announcements for job creation, etc., continue to focus on things like they announced the ELI last year. That's picking up. The focus on schemes that have already been there, implementing and operationalizing that is better and more stable and predictable, rather than make announcements and then you are left wondering where is the balance sheet going to support all of this. So from my perspective, that is there. And because personal tax, as we've discussed it many times over, having income up to 12 lakh rupees exempt from tax, they've already done what they could. So there was no more room for any more big bang announcements on that.
And coming to content creating industry now, orange economy as in being said now,
yes.
lot is being given to that now. It is also become a staple for Aam Aadmi to consume and produce everything through content. What do you think more could have happened there and more should have happened also?
I think, first of all, it was a very good move because I'm telling you, there are a lot of people who want to be content creators, but their families tell them, job karo na, isse kya hoga, right? तो एक तरीके से एक शैडो इकोनॉमी थी जिसको फॉर्मलाइज किया बजट के अंदर, और अब हम भी बोल सकते हैं कि हाँ हम भी जीडीपी में कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं. अदरवाइज अगर आप देखो तो मीडिया इंडस्ट्री पूरी की पूरी अराउंड 1% जीडीपी को कंट्रीब्यूट करती है, जिसके अंदर ये एक पोर्शन है, राइट? अगर हम देखें कि कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स या वीएफएक्स, ग्राफिक डिज़ाइनर्स, ये लोग बहुत अच्छा कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं और ये एक्सपोर्ट भी करते हैं अपनी सर्विसेज. मतलब जितने भी एडिटर्स या इन लोगों के साथ मैं काम करती हूँ, आधे से ज़्यादा फॉरेन क्रिएटर्स के यूट्यूब वीडियोज़ एडिट कर रहे होते हैं. तो ये भी एक स्किल है जो हम और सिखा रहे हैं. हाँ, हम और भी चीज़ें इंक्लूड कर सकते थे. एक कंटेंट क्रिएटर के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है रेवेन्यू, ऑब्वियसली. वाई? क्योंकि ये कोई सैलरी तो है नहीं कि हर महीने आपको सैलरी आएगी, और सिर्फ यूट्यूब है जो व्यूज़ के बेसिस पे आपको पे भी करता है, राइट? तो ये एक ऐसी चीज़ है जिसके बारे में लोग ज़्यादा बात नहीं करते, बिकॉज पीपल थिंक कि अगर आप कंटेंट क्रिएटर बन गए तो जितने फॉलोअर हैं उतना तो आप महीने का कमा ही रहे हो। ये बहुत बड़ा मिथ है, बहुत बड़ा मिथ है। आई नो अ लॉट ऑफ कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स जो इतने सारे फॉलोअर्स हैं, इनके इतने सारे सब्सक्राइबर्स हैं, एंड दे आर नॉट अर्निंग एवरी मंथ। होता है, मतलब हर 3 महीने में वो कमा लेते हैं एंड इवेंचुअली वो एवरेज आउट हो जाता है। इमेजिन अब अगर सप्लाई बढ़ जाएगा उसके बाद क्या होगा। बहुत सारे कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स आ जाएंगे, यू नो, चाहे वो बच्चे हों, स्कूल के हों, कॉलेज के हों, वर्किंग प्रोफेशनल्स हों, इतने सारे जॉनर्स हैं। उसके बाद क्या होगा। एडवर्टाइजर्स जो है ना वो लिमिटेड ही हैं, एडवर्टाइजर्स नहीं बढ़ने वाले। तो आई थिंक ये चीज़ हमें ऐड करनी चाहिए कि हम स्किल तो प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, आप कंटेंट क्रिएटर भी बन रहे हो, लेकिन उसमें स्टेबिलिटी कैसे आएगी। क्योंकि अगर आप जॉब कर रहे हो तो आपका ईपीएफ में भी पैसा जा रहा है, हर महीने आपको सैलरी आ रही है, इवेंचुअली आपके पास ऐसे स्किल्स हैं कि अगर वो जॉब चली जाती है तो आप दूसरी जॉब ले लोगे। लेकिन एज अ कंटेंट क्रिएटर आप क्या करोगे, और वहाँ पे आता है बिजनेस। सो इवेंचुअली एवरी कंटेंट क्रिएटर विल हैव टू बिकम अ बिजनेस पर्सन। तो ये मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि यहाँ पे आप लैब्स तो ले आए, बट इस तरीके की रियलिटीज़ चेक भी हमको चाहिए, वरना अगर बहुत सारे लोग कंटेंट क्रिएटर बन जाएंगे और वो कमा ही नहीं पा रहे हैं तो फिर जीडीपी में कंट्रीब्यूशन ही नहीं हो पाएगा। एज अ कंटेंट क्रिएटर मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि दीज आर द इश्यूज जो धीरे धीरे करके ही होंगे। अब एकदम से तो उन्होंने ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी के बारे में पहली बार बात करी है, वो ही बहुत बड़ी चीज़ थी, राइट। एंड आई थिंक कि अभी जितना छोटा भी कंट्रीब्यूशन है, आई थिंक 0.07% का कुछ कंट्रीब्यूशन है ऑफ द ऑरेंज इकोनॉमी, ये आगे जाके ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 1% होएगी, बट एब्सोल्यूट वैल्यू में ये बहुत ज़्यादा होएगा। तो ये एक तरीके की एक न्यू इंडस्ट्री बन गई है। आप आगे जाके देखोगे कि हर घर में एक कंटेंट क्रिएटर होगा, या हर घर में एक बंदा जो होगा वो कंटेंट क्रिएशन इंडस्ट्री में काम कर रहा होगा। सो दिस वाज अ वेरी गुड मूव दैट आई रियली लाइक्ड।
Well, Kashika, coming to you, you not only represent retail sector, but also youth of the country. Do you think youth of the country, the Aam youth of the country, which is having a lot of dreams, उनके लिए कुछ कम किया गया, startups के लिए कुछ कम किया गया, or do you think the overall, when we talk about Vixit Bharat, everybody will find a place there or dreams will be fulfilled?
Yes, definitely. So I think for my generation, for Gen Z, especially when we're looking at the Aam Gen Z, we're looking at great opportunities in India right now. I feel like the support that's being provided to MSMEs is absolutely great. Everyone has a dream to have a startup at some point. Everyone has had an idea in their bedroom that I want to build this eventually. And a lot of times, if I think about 10 years ago, we personally did not have those resources. Even in metro cities like Delhi, Bombay, Bangalore, we were not always able to pursue those things because whether be it compliance, whether be it all the legal work that goes into it, we were not aware. So I feel like as a country, we are much more aware. We're being able to access the resources, given the resources, and actually be able to work on these startups. I think also a great thing that's been introduced is the She-Marts. I think that's a great opportunity for women to be in rural networks, to be able to open their retail network or have their own community and have the government support to be actually be able to do that. So I think that's also a great step that was taken in the budget.
Okay, coming to you, Mr. Bagai now. Well, healthcare budget has been increasing. Emphasis is being put now. But rural areas and those far-flung areas where health should be given priority also, for that Aam Aadmi, more should have come in this budget. You think, sir?
Yeah, so a couple of things. And the reason I'm taking off where I left in my first part of my talk is that this session is for about 30 minutes. We are about 20 minutes through. In these 30 minutes, 50 Indians will die because of suicide. Can you believe this? 1 every 35 to 40 seconds. And I think mental health there again is important. So big kudos to the finance minister for highlighting this. But coming to taking healthcare outside metros, we have to build that infrastructure. So those 5 regional hubs are going to give lakhs and lakhs of people as in employment. A young doctor who has great dreams, great aspirations, and those dreams come crashing down as soon as he sees what the MBBS fees is and the MD fees is, and then what he's earning thereafter. And it's a reluctance to go out of metros because the pay structure is poor, infrastructure is poor, schooling facilities is not there, law and order, security, clean drinking water, he's going to get married or she's going to get married, how are they going to support the family? So these regional hubs are going to resolve, not all of it, but part of it, plus get in a lot of revenue in different states because of international medical tourism. But taking healthcare outside the metros, it has to be done at a grassroots level. So when I say grassroots level, for the last 65, 70 years, 70% of the medical colleges where the nursery of breeding doctors is in 4 states in South, which has 35% of Indian population. See the dichotomy. Less population, more medical colleges. We have to have a fair distribution of medical colleges pan-India, and that's where the industry and that's where the talent pool goes. Point number 2 is you have to look after the health of doctors. The highest stress job profile is doctors. 24-hour non-stop shifts, year after year, decade after year, stress of seeing patients. We see life and death almost every second, every day. And there is an emotional attachment with patients. It's not a comfort zone to lose a patient because of any criticality. So I think the health of doctors needs to be looked after again. Health insurance for doctors is important. Life insurance for doctors is important. We lost close to 2,000 doctors in COVID. Does anyone know that? It's 4 times the amount which we lost in Kargil. And that's a fact. No one even talks a word about it. 900 doctors died in Delhi NCR during COVID, even though India had the lowest death rate as compared to the Western world. So I think a lot needs to be done at a grassroots level. Building infrastructure and support to encourage young talent to go into tier 2, tier 3 cities is the key. And more importantly, giving physical security to doctors, especially outside metros, is important. Doctors get pasted for no reason even in corporate hospitals over here, right, for no fault of ours, irrespective of the criticality the patient comes in. So I think physical security of doctors is important. Mental health of doctors is important. Pay the doctors well. I don't want doctors to become an extinct species. It takes 12 years after finishing class 12 to produce a postgraduate with specialization. It takes another 5 years for that person to hone the skills. It's a very long and tedious process. And my only word of advice to youngsters is take this profession. There is no profession which is more beautiful, more professionally rewarding, more emotionally satisfying than medicine. If you are in it just to earn money, then you are walking the wrong path. You have to be married to medicine first. There's a huge romance with medicine. There's a huge emotional connect with medicine. And there is so much of pride in touching a million souls.
सर फीस इतनी है, सीट भी नहीं मिलती है बच्चों को.
Sorry?
इंडिया से बाहर जाना पड़ता है बच्चों को मेडिकल फील्ड करने के लिए.
I'll just take 60 seconds.
Earlier there were more medical colleges announced.
So we have increased the medical seats in MBBS by more than 110% in 10 years. Please understand, I am very much for this government. It's written all over my face. But the fact of the matter is, for 65 years, we didn't pay attention to healthcare. We had an abysmally low doctor-patient ratio, bed-patient ratio. If we have increased the MBBS, undergraduate seats, by more than 110% in 10 years versus the past 65, that's a huge jump. Now, you cannot cover the deficit of 6 decades in 1 year. So it takes time, and it's being done. We've increased the postgraduate seats by almost 70-80%. The bed strength has increased. In fact, COVID in those 4 years has been a huge learning lesson for us. And in fact, that was the wake-up call for us. That's given a stimulus to us. We didn't produce PPE kits. We didn't produce the N95 mask in that number in India. Now it's available across the road, across the shop. You go anywhere you want. Plus the medication. The pharma has got a huge boost. And India is the 3rd largest producer of pharma, and 60% of the world's vaccines comes from India. So the huge boost of 10,000 crores towards the biopharma industry is a great fillip. And I think India, in terms of pharma, medicine, and healthcare, would be perhaps in the next 1 or 2 years #1 in the world. No doubt in that.
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah, to you, Mr. Agarwal. एक और बात जो इस साल है, elections एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा होता है. It's big focus when it comes to Aam Aadmi. So, do you think that because बड़े इलेक्शंस अगले साल आ रहे हैं या इस साल थोड़े कम स्टेट्स में इलेक्शन है, उसकी वजह से कुछ फर्क, इलेक्शंस, आई एम सेइंग इलेक्शंस इज अ बिग इशू, और इज दैट अ रीजन व्हाई आम आदमी को बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं दिया गया, बिकॉज बड़े इलेक्शंस अगले साल आ रहे हैं इन बिग स्टेट्स? or you think this can be announced any time during the year?
Sorry, your question is that because of no elections?
No, not elections in not big states this year.
Sure.
Or maybe next year there could be one more big election. So that's why more Aam Aadmi announcements could come.
I think, look, like I said earlier, this is not a freebie budget. This is a budget focused on growth. Yes, politically, at years of election, you have to throw some, sops at the Aam Aadmi. It looks good, but if you really track how effective that was vis-a-vis budgets like this, which are probably boring, may not attract as much social media attention as, some other budgets would be, for example, last year with all the tax cuts we had. But I think this is much more foundational, right? There is continuity, right, which is good. We are not chopping and changing things. There is continuity. I think we get too carried away trying to link budgets and politics too much together. I think budgets and everything in the country does not happen on budget day. There's lots that happens around the budget. So budget is really just an account of where we are going, what is our receipts, what is our expenses, and how the government plans to balance its books there. So yes, some years you will see a little more obvious Aam Aadmi, sops thrown. But I think actually if I look at this budget vis-a-vis last year's budget, yes, of course, last year because of the tax cuts was a big, visible factor that we felt. But did it create jobs? No, fine, I saved some tax, right? I think this year's budget, not tomorrow morning, an announcement is not going to create a job. But I think if I take a 6 to 18 month view, and if even 50% of what was announced in the budget can get executed, I think you're going to see jobs across infrastructure, which is one of the largest job generators, manufacturing, multiple elements of manufacturing, the MSME focus that, somebody spoke about there. I think those are areas that you will see jobs. I like the focus on skilling and employability, because frankly, you can create all the jobs in the world if you want, but if you don't have a skilled workforce which is able to deliver those jobs, you're going to create issues, right? Fundamental issues there. Now, is this the first budget that skilling has been, and apprenticeship has been spoken about? No. So I'm a little skeptical to see how the execution takes place, but at least there is a element of saying, okay, let's talk to industry, let's figure out what industry needs, and let's work backwards. So a demand-driven focus on skilling, rather than saying, hey, here are 100 people, let's skill them on something that actually is of no use there. So I think, again, while it was not obvious, but this was an Aam Aadmi budget for me.
And also one point, TCS on overseas package, tourism package has been reduced. Something could have come for domestic packages also. Aam Aadmi ko bhi thoda ghumne ko mil jata India mein.
I think last year probably made up for 3-4 years of what the Aam Aadmi would want when it comes to taxes. I think, look, every year realistically to expect that you're going to see something big is unlikely. I think there was a lot of focus, for example, I think Ma'am spoke about the ease of taxation, right? We underestimate those things, right? We just look at saying, oh, tax went from X to X minus 2%. But the ease of doing business, the ease of living when it comes to dealing with government, I think if the government is focusing on easing those out, right? And again, like I said, even outside of the budget, lots of laws have been repealed. I think that's a step in the right direction. We are playing, going back, I like my cricket, so going back to it, we are playing a test match here, right? If 2047 is our aim, I think we cannot get carried away. Anyways, during elections, there is enough freebies thrown state by state. And that pulls our economy down a lot. I think budgets should broadly remain non-political. I think they've done a good job of not getting carried away, not playing to the masses. There, you saw a short-term reaction in the stock market yesterday, and today, of course, for different reasons also, it's back up. So I think we're in a good space.
Mr. Bagai, you would like to add something?
Yeah, I think the greatest combination is medical tourism and recreational tourism. And I think that has to be married. I mean, if you make hubs in Agra, in Jaipur, people will come in thousands and lakhs. And when they come, then they don't come alone. They come with at least one or two family relatives. In fact, children come with both parents and one more help. So it's building up your hospitality industry, your travel industry, and after treatment, if you attach a package, which happens most places, why is Thailand thriving? It's just because of that. You look at other centers where people are going for medical treatment, it's happening because of that. So I think recreation tourism and medical tourism can go hand in hand. The platform is the same, you just need to give a small diversion that the length of stay becomes longer for recouping. In fact, rehab can become a huge, huge chunk for patients coming in from abroad, especially for sports injuries, spinal injuries and things. And we have the infrastructure. So if you build both together, both will benefit.
Sumit, on your question on the TCS, I think that's an unfair comparison because TCS on overseas packages was becoming punitive. Now imagine you are planning a trip to Europe for 12 lakh rupees is the expense and you block 2,40,000 and you're chasing refunds. So from a perspective of, it's not a fair comparison because that's not to help outbound tourism, that's to help people who are traveling. So you're not paying a tax which you have to chase by refunds and lock up your cash. While inbound terrorism, I thought I heard a lot of stuff what Dr. Bagai has covered in terms of medical tourism, in terms of focus on heritage sites, etc. So I think, in fact, there is encouragement for inbound tourism which is coming through the budget clearly. And this was something that needed a correction. It was punitive and was not required. The whole concept of TCS, in my view, is something that should be done away with because we have other channels to collect information, and from remittances per se, even on overseas education, medical, when you're having to shelve out cash to fund your child's education, locking up money on TCS account is not fair. But it's a good thing that they've simplified it, no thresholds, and you have a flat 2% on all remittances. So it's a good one.
Himani, you would like to add something on this?
For TCS, like she rightly pointed out, that अगर कोई medical purpose के लिए जा रहा है, वैसे तो नहीं जाना चाहिए, इंडिया में ही होना चाहिए, बट मे बी थोड़े सालों में हो जाएगा कि ना जाने की ज़रूरत पड़ी. अगर कोई एजुकेशन और मेडिकल पर्पस के लिए जा रहा है तो 5% अभी एक्स्ट्रा क्यों दें जब बाद में उसको रिफंड मिलना ही है. और दूसरी चीज़ इसमें जो अच्छी हुई है वो ये है कि सेम रेट हो गया हर चीज़ में. लिमिट्स कि 10 लाख से ऊपर है तो 20%, 5%, वो भी कंफ्यूजिंग हो जाता है. तो ये अच्छी चीज़ है. लेकिन अगर उसका टूरिज्म पे इम्पैक्ट देखें, टूरिज्म कोई इस बजट में पहली बार बात नहीं हुई. आई थिंक आई हैव बीन हियरिंग अबाउट ग्रोइंग टूरिज्म इन इंडिया फ्रॉम द लास्ट 5 years. बट द पॉइंट इज़ वो इतना ग्रो नहीं हुआ है क्योंकि टूरिज्म सिर्फ और सिर्फ इस चीज़ पे अफेक्ट नहीं करता कि कितने पॉइंट्स में घूम सकती हूँ. इस चीज़ पे भी अफेक्ट करता है कि मेरा होलिस्टिक एक्सपीरियंस क्या है जब मैं इंडिया जाती हूँ. ऑलरेडी अगर हम पूरे वर्ल्ड में देखें तो इंडिया की करेंसी ऐसी है कि उन लोगों के लिए बहुत चीप होगा इंडिया आना और घूमना और उनको बहुत अच्छे एक्सपीरियंसेस मिलेंगे. लेकिन जब वो आते हैं और उनको बैड एक्सपीरियंसेस होते हैं, इस वजह से टूरिज्म नहीं बढ़ रहा. अ लॉट ऑफ विमेन, एज अ वुमन आई कैन टेल यू ऑन सोशल मीडिया, दे आर लिटरली सेइंग नेवर गो टू इंडिया. व्हाई इज इट लाइक दैट? तो आई थिंक टूरिज्म बजट से डायरेक्टली लिंक्ड है बट ओनली टू एन एक्सटेंट. बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म को अफेक्ट करती हैं. मैं खुद एज एन इंडियन वुड नॉट प्रेफर, अगर मेरे को सेम गोवा में जाने का मौका मिलेगा बट सेम पैसों में थाईलैंड जाने का मौका मिलेगा, लाइक सर सेड, आई विल गो टू थाईलैंड क्योंकि मुझे पता है वहाँ का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी सही है, वहाँ पे सेफ्टी भी है, अच्छा है, मेरा बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस होएगा. तो वहाँ पे भी हमको बजट एलोकेट करना चाहिए. एंड एक हमारा ना इन इंडिया वी लिव इन 2 different रियलिटीज़, पॉलिसी वर्सेस रियलिटी. हमारी पॉलिसीज़ बहुत ज़्यादा है बट हमारी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन विद लोकल बॉडीज़ उतनी अच्छी नहीं है. सो आई थिंक वहाँ पे अगर हम वर्क करेंगे ना तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि टूरिज्म को बढ़ने में ज़्यादा टाइम लगेगा भी नहीं. इट्स ओनली लाइक अ मैटर ऑफ 5 or 10 years मैक्सिमम.
So I think we have just about 1.5 minutes left. I would like to my panelists to sum up. Yes, please tell me.
Sir, first, doctor, you mentioned about the insurance, health insurance. You mostly focused on the insurance or health, basically. Very surprisingly, in the old tax regime, 80D was there. Remember, preventive health checkup, insurance, premium for the senior citizen, for the individuals, it was there. But the new tax regime, 80D vanished. It is not there. It should be. At least for senior citizen, the kids, they were insuring the senior citizen, the tax rebate was there. Now the kids are not bothered because the tax is not there. The benefit is not there. Now you talk about the TCS 2% is reduced. Very good. You talk about the medical tourism increase. Where medical tourism is, because medical tourism are very cheap in India as compared to the other Europe, USA and Europe countries. This is one of the reasons. Who is coming? The Gulf countries, these African these countries, people are coming to India for medical tourism. Third point is, you talk about the TCS 2% reduced from 5% to 20%. What about the TDS being deducted by the employer for the lower income group or the middle income group, and then they are getting for the refund? Why TDS deducted? For the lower income group, the company says we have to deduct whatever your salary is it. And later on they have to file the return for the refund of that. So that is my question. Now you talk, this session is for the...
I think the time's up.
Yeah.
We have to wrap it up quickly. The time's up. Thank you for your views on this, and thank you, my esteemed panelists, for sharing your views on this. And,
thank you so much.
There's always so much
Thank
to do
you,
for
pleasure.
Aam Aadmi, and we can always expect more to come next year for Aam Aadmi. Thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to all our speakers for coming here and sharing the views with the audience. I request all of you to gather for a group photograph. Thank you to our speakers. Request you to take your places off stage. A big thank you to our presenting partner, Maruti Suzuki Victoris, got it all, and to our co-powered partner, Life Insurance Corporation of India, our partners, Ambience Infra, Punjab National Bank, Merrill, TARC, JK Super Cement, AU Small Finance Bank, Sensodyne, and Puranic Builders. Just a quick reminder to everyone who's joining us online, TOI Budget Dialogues 2026 is live streamed on the TOI app and the website, the TOI digital YouTube channel, and across TOI's social media platforms. We are happy to welcome all of you on the different platforms, and I hope all of you are enjoying the conversations that we are having, breaking down the fine print of the budget. And if you have liked something on what was being discussed here, do post about it, and remember to tag us and show some love for the work that we are doing. Join the conversation using the hashtag TOI Budget Dialogues and stay connected with TOI Digital for continuous budget updates. So we've heard a lot of voices speaking about the fine print of the budget. We've seen reactions coming in from the market. Of course, they have been boosted by the news or the relief coming in on the overhang of the Indo-US trade deal. So while we did see a few measures come in for the labor-intensive small industry companies that have a large export to the US, greater spending there, now we have some relief coming in there. Of course, the budget does try to solve some of the problems near term, but this budget is being hailed as one that is looking futuristically and paving the way and laying the good foundation so that we can achieve our target of Vixit Bharat by 2047. A lot of details came in the beginning of the day itself on how technology is going to be an enabler for the growth of our country. We had Mr. Abhishek Singh from METI talk about the provisions of the budget that focus squarely on technology and AI, as well as data centers. And of course, we would be missing out if we don't talk about the defense sector and what the budget has done for this sector. बजट के बाद नेशनल सिक्योरिटी पे फोकस सिर्फ नंबर्स तक लिमिटेड नहीं होता है. Recent developments, including Operation Sindoor, have highlighted the importance of preparedness, capability, and strategic clarity. In our next panel discussion, we will look at how Budget 2026 treats defense as a strategic national asset in a rapidly changing geopolitical environment. For this panel discussion, I am delighted to invite on stage Lieutenant General Raj Shukla, PVSM, YSM, SM retired, one of India's most respected strategic thinkers, bringing deep operational experience and a sharp understanding of defense planning and national security priorities. Please give a huge round of applause and welcome on stage Lieutenant General Raj Shukla. Joining him on stage, we have Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma, retired, former Adjutant General, Indian Army, a senior military leader with extensive experience in organizational reform, manpower planning, and defense administration. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Lieutenant General Rakesh Sharma. To moderate this discussion, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Prasad Sanyal, Group Business Head, TimesOfIndia.com, India Times, and What's Hot. And I would also like to join in for this conversation as somebody facilitating the conversation, so I will also take my seat. Right. In the first budget after last year's Operation Sindoor, the government has expectedly hiked the defense capital expenditure by 22%. While the government plans to sign multiple big-ticket contracts in the upcoming financial year, including the deal for the pending Rafale jets, it has also stated that 75% of the capex will be earmarked for procurement from domestic industries during the coming financial year. Sir, I want to ask you, Lieutenant General Shukla, sir, are you happy with the announcements in the budget? Is this in line with what the defense services wanted as far as capex, not just capex, even a high allocation for pensions and operations?
See, my happiness will be determined by how these allocations convert into combat capacities for the sailors, soldiers, and airmen in the fleets and formations. So if I look at the allocations for modernization and technological enablement, 2.2 lakh crores, it's pretty generous if the conversion happens. So I have a very simple response. These allocations must do two things. They must accelerate the national security makeover, accelerate the reforms, and what we must end up by way of capacities is not capacities for the last war, but for the future war. So if these are the determinants or the metrics, I have a 3+5 formula. What is that 3+5 formula? 3 is the enabling reforms. So the vocabulary and grammar of our procurement system has to change. It is happening globally, it must happen in India. It cannot be Byzantine processes. What it must be is lethality, war-winning attributes, and outcomes. So actually, if you ask me, these allocations, they have to be, we have to release them from the clutches of the IFA system and the financial mandarins. Mandarins, overlords. Because much of the focus in previous years has been L1, procedure, all that, nothing happens. So by say RE stage, if we can release it from the clutches of these guys and convert it into capacities, you will get 1 lakh crores more. That is the real point. And the second point is, as I said, the IFA system. Now, see, there's nothing wrong with the IFAs, but the IFA system was built for a monopsony market, one buyer, one seller, monopolies, no competition. That has to change. And the IFAs have to be trained to take risks, to generate revenues. So like, the outside what's happening, you test fast, you fail fast, you take risks. The whole system has to move from L1 to H1. The better stuff, which is driven by business agility from the private sector, national security needs high-grade talent. In Ukraine today, you tell me who are the generals. You won't hear no names. The generals of Ukraine are Elon Musk, Palmer Luckey, Alex Karp. Now that is the reality. Why can't it happen in India? And the last point I want to make is, this defense versus development argument must cease. You take space. LEO and GEO are as much business opportunities as they offer national security attributes. So there is no clash. So more than in the allocations, the allocations are important. In my view, they are generous. Unless these enabling reforms happen, we'll get to the same thing every year. And let me just caution you, we could be in a pre-war era. So we've had these 2-3 panels on economy and an orange economy and all that. Great stuff. But if you don't secure yourself, the very idea of a Vixit Bharat may be in peril. So those are my opening comments. What we need to do later, we can discuss subsequently.
I just wanted to sort of come in on that and say that you were talking about how allocation should convert into capabilities. In your view, is this budget more reflective of how we procure rather than how we fight?
See, the allocations are there. Now, the other reforms which have started, and I referred to a national security makeover, the appointment of the CDS, DMA, this morning news tells us that theatre commands will be up by May, defense coming out of the clutches of foreign policy, private sector startups. So let's talk of startups. Startups and defense are at an inflection point. They've done wonderful stuff, but as of yet, they haven't been released from the clutches of regulation. Innovation cannot happen at the rate of regulation. So these allocations, along with the allocations, we must talk of these reforms. If these reforms happen, we'll convert the allocations into capacities. Or we'll get back to an era of Kargil where General Malik said, we'll fight with what we have. A Vixit Bharat should tell our soldiers, sailors and airmen that you will fight with what you need. So that is what needs to change.
Lieutenant General Sharma, Sir is making a very valid point for the reform to continue. We have a few indications because the last meeting of the Defense Acquisition Council approved, some of the munitions and arms that they approved of are the new age things, and I'm sure a lot of learning has come in from Operation Sindoor. Now, General Shukla is saying that we needed to move faster in this L1 can't go. But how do you incentivize the private industry to sink in that risk capital? Because so far, like you said, it was more of a monopoly, one buyer, one seller. If you want to increase competition, the risk is high. Do you give them some comfort that we will buy no matter what? And will the armed forces be happy with that? Because they see what happens around the world. Around the world, top munitions, top technology, the armies get that. And you're not sure if you have the domestic capabilities to do that. How do you encourage the domestic manufacturers to move up the value chain and sink in that risk capital if there are no assured buyers? If the armed forces are like, I want it to be better.
Thank you for inviting, and I'm honored. Now, firstly, if as a soldier you say you are happy with the defense budget, you're not doing justice to the uniform that you wore. So the happiness must not show on the face. Of course, there was a massive increase that has been seen. But suffice it to say, for last 6 years, the government has not given us what is the committed liabilities. When you say there are 2.2 lakh crores in capital budget, how much is the committed liability that we have to pay already pending? So if it is a lakh crore is already pending, then there is no much increase. And of course, the figures, not one for figures, but they start with 1.80, but actually we spent much more than that because there were emergency procurements in Ops Sindoor which haven't been accounted in 1.80. We are saying that was what allotted. But emergency procurements, if you include, we spent much more than 1.80. So the baseline is different. So then the fact of the matter is that from 1920 onwards, we have not said what is committed liabilities. One. My second point is here that the DSC, as you mentioned, the Acquisition Council, in last year alone, 1 year alone, they approved items worth 3 lakh crores. No, you're allotting 2.20. there would be a whole lot pending of the previous years, of so many years.
So that also had to finance the emergency buy after Operation Sindoor.
And you know, 3 lakh crores, 77,000 crores was approved on 29th of December for buying the aircraft and the submarines. And you know, previously, 3 months ago, it was 55,000 crores. Usse pehle, there was another 29,000 crores. So your 3 lakh crores are pending for last financial year, and you have allotted 2 point, you means, I mean, I'm not saying you are allotting, Anisha, but the allotment comes to 2.20, which is not even a percentage of the pending approved in the pipeline. So, you know, firstly, we have to start off, which is the baseline. You start with the baseline 0, then we are not on the baseline 0. We are already way behind into what we wanted to procure. The third part is, the point I wanted to raise is that it is issue of what do we require? You refer to Sindoor. See, Pakis who were fighting the same war had on their iPads what was being shown on the Beidou satellites by the Chinese. They knew what's happening on ground because the entire Beidou constellation of Chinese was available down to everybody. We have no satellite. I'm sorry, with due respect to the DG satellite space sitting here, but we have no satellite at all, zero, zilch.
So we have the satellites, but we don't have the access of the data for everyone, right? We do have the satellites.
No, ma'am. Sorry, I correct myself. We don't have the LEO satellites, which are the important facet for providing us battlefield transparency. The primary concern today is before you buy aircraft, before you buy ships, before you buy tanks, get us to know what is there on the opposite side. I want to look into my iPad and have a picture as to what is there. I shouldn't be told, you know, you will get a satellite which make a pass over India, it'll go down to Norway, it will download in Norway, and it'll come by en route across to us. What, I mean, I think we can't do it, and we have no networking of a kind that where there is an op situation available to us. Now you say, what can the private industry do? We are fantastic in communication. 6G we are talking about, Reliance, and you name it, everybody. We have fantastic computer systems. We have 2,500 GCCs, which are providing whole lot of work across to every known corporation in the world. Why are we not deviating them to provide the same thing that you're providing to outsiders to within us? You give us the communication infrastructure that you're providing 5G, which is seamless, available to man on the ground from top to bottom, and he has the satellite imagery is available to us. If you can't launch, see SB3, 52 satellites will come by 2030. 2030, you know, just now, General Shukla has warned us, we've been tapped on the door for a war here. How do we know the war is not tomorrow? 2030 is too late for us. So we got to know, we got to have the satellite. If you can't buy it and you can't put it there, then buy Elon Musk. What Ukrainians did. Ukrainians changed the character of war by having Elon Musk providing them, which is called asymmetrical battlefield transparency. They sorted the Russians out by taking Elon Musk on board. If we can't provide satellites, you give. Before an aircraft, everybody must have battlefield transparency, and we need to pull up our socks and get things done. And major part can be done within India. And you know, we can get own industry to supply us most of the stuff which is possible. It's only a question of getting the consortiums ready. One consortium of 4 or 5 companies provides us A, B, C, or D. That's a capability. That's a capability. And second one, see the Prime Minister of India, you know, he must have been so anxious after Op Sindoor that on the Red Fort ramparts on 15th of August, he said, I want Sudarshan Chakra. Why didn't the Prime Minister of India say, I want aircraft? He didn't say, I want tanks. He didn't say, I want more ships, aircraft carriers, submarine. He referred to only one word. He said, I want Sudarshan Chakra. Why did the Prime Minister say Sudarshan Chakra? He wants to protect the country from these drone swarms and the missiles and the Fatehs and the Atafs which are being thrown at us. He said, I want to protect my country first, which is what Americans called A2AD, you know, anti-access area denial. He is protecting the country, not isolated pockets and vulnerable areas. So if the Prime Minister said so, can't we in the industry rise to the occasion and say, okay, what do you want in Sudarshan Chakra? Let's disaggregate into 10 parts and part it away. So, you know, I'm sure they can be assured targets given to the industry, and we can raise many issues from within the industry ourselves.
So, if the next conflict were to hypothetically break out tomorrow, you're saying that we run the risk of fighting a 21st century war with 20th century assumptions? Is that what we're getting at? Are we significantly behind in that?
Good question. I mean, see, one good thing is that we in the uniform are not taught diplomacy. So rightly, you should take out words which have no meaning in the end. You know, I can speak half an hour without saying anything. But let's count China. I think we are way away, way away. And we must not compete with Chinese in the manner to reach the kind of technological prowess that they have reached. The Chinese are combating the Americans. You know, they have a different competitor altogether. They have different aims altogether. We need to have to fight them in our own manner, which is essential. So when you say that 21st century was 20th century, firstly, we have two adversaries, with both of whom we have disputed borders over last 79 years, and they have not been sorted out, and we don't foresee in some time that the borders will be sorted out. And there is a geopolitical animosity that stands out, or ideological animosity, whatever you call it, and that would stand for some time. So there is issues out here in the relationship part of it. But having said that, I'll say that we have capacities and capabilities of a kind to take on the adversary in the manner we need to do. But the warfare has run away. It's a sprint. It's not even a race. It's not even that there is a transition. The warfare is running away so fast that if we don't catch up with it, then we will be fighting like that Jan Shukla says, the last century wars. We have to fight the next century war. Now, that's the issue here. And I think we have a little way to go.
Right. General Shukla, I want to come to you on the point raised by General Sharma. Now, he's saying that we can send, Chandrayaan कर सकते हैं, पर सैटेलाइट नहीं है हमारे पास. अब आप डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्री को भी देखिए ना सर, 2014 से पहले वो खुश थे, कोई उनके पास कोई इकोसिस्टम ही नहीं था, जब एक मोनोपोली था कि ठीक है बाहर से सब कुछ आएगा, हमें क्या करना है. एक पॉलिसी सर्टेनिटी भी तो हमें चाहिए कि मैं कुछ बनाऊंगा तो कोई खरीदने वाला है, क्योंकि before that, say for space, we've seen ISRO do the hard lifting, and we can't say the same for DRDO. Pre-2014, they were happy that things were just being imported, whatever the interest, whatever corruption scandals that happened. Now things are changing, but is this a long-standing change? Because the domestic industry will also need some sort of, comfort. At the same time, if they are not building the capability in the time that you say 2030 is too late, how do we then make up for that difference? How do we strike a balance between acquiring next-gen technology, maybe from foreign buyers, foreign countries, at the same time tell our and assure our domestic industry that you will have an opportunity to move up the value chain as well? Or will they still be stuck with just munitions and transports and things like that? What would you like to say, General Shukla?
So absolutely, see, that is the point. We are in the aftermath of the budget, and what are we talking of? We are talking of revenue, capital, committed liability. These are all accounting metrics. They give no indication of combat capacity. And therefore, I would make this point that this budget must lubricate the national security makeover. Now, the national security makeover has many facets. So let me just outline a few. We may like to note that what is happening in Ukraine today are the most profound fundamental changes in the character of war in recorded history. Now, is the Indian ecosystem changing at that rate? Is it changing at that rate to absorb these budgetary allocations and convert them into combat capacities? In some ways, yes, some way, no. So let me just highlight to you, you spoke of the private sector. That's why I say this L1 will not work. Private sector needs assuredness of orders. World over, we have national champions. Boeing, Lockheed. What does L1 say? L1 says you may be the best in the business, but I will drag you down to your lowest performance. That's why I say it is these base changes that need to happen. L1 needs to be thrown out of the window. Now let me tell you, UK, USA have done just that. And if we don't do it, we will come to that. In UK, a strategic defense review has been carried out, and the soldiers and the civil servants have been told that since you failed to reform, here is Robert Pierce, a private sector guy who will fix the military-industrial complex. It is like inviting Baba Kalyani to fix the military-industrial complex. So if we don't do all this, we are moving to that. So that's the point. The second issue, I'll give you an example. Last week, a startup told me, "Ki, sir, my order went, and somebody in the procurement chain told him, यार ये तुम्हारी जो capacity है ना 10 GB वाली, इसमें मेरा tender नहीं बैठ रहा है, आप 2 GB करके ले आओ." Now this is good intention, but stupidity. All this has to go. And I'm not commenting on anyone. These chaps have been trained like that. So you have to sense the change and then do it. Now see the question that General Sharma raised. So the way to do it is what? Let's say this year we have to create Sudarshan Chak. Sudarshan Chak is what, in my view? You have the LC-LAC in Ukraine using AI, using robotics, using things like 3D printing, using Palantir software. The killing chains have been compressed to minutes. So decisions are taken in seconds, and the kill from the time you identify and kill 6 to 7 minutes. It is AI enablement with all these technologies. So they have created AI-enabled, dronery-driven, lethal frontiers. Can we replicate it along the LC-LAC? Why not? We have the talent. Now that is one part. Sindoor, we saw that today territorial defense is not good enough. You need homeland security. Jodhpur needs to be protected. Lucknow needs to be protected. Look what's happening in Ukraine. Trump had to request Putin कि भाई एक हफ्ता गोलाबारी कम कर दो, कीव तबाह हो रहा है. The Chinese rocket force is as formidable. So national security needs this deep understanding and change. So you need AD upgrades, massive. And along with piloted air power, you need a drone missile force. These 3 to 4 things baked in the technologies of the 4th industrial revolution. It's not just one, AI, quantum, robotics, ye, wo. You can create a Sudarshan Chak. So the CDS, Defense Secretary, DRDO must be told, aap isko banaye, kitne paise chahiye. Otherwise, look what's happened in Ukraine. I'm an artillery man, I have to swallow this humble pie, that artillery has been pushed 40 kilometers. It is outranged. Tanks don't move. So if we keep using this money to buy those tanks and those artillery pieces, you are preparing for the last war. The Ukrainians today are buying 8 million drones more than the artillery they fired last year. This is what we have to see in this budget.
But sir, do we have the capability?
Just 30 seconds. And so now these people have to be told, भाई ये सुदर्शन बनाने के लिए आपको कितने पैसे चाहिए? और इसमें आप लगाएं, वो टैंक वैंक कम करें. Otherwise, we will keep creating those capacities. So why can it not be done? It certainly can be done, but it needs all these changes. And it needs such cultural changes that I see how challenging they are. It is, very difficult to happen. But I will reiterate that the time has come for us to understand it. Let me make, since General Bhatt is here, he may disagree with me, space. See, what is our problem? If we expect ISRO to deliver on space, we are changing the wrong horse. ISRO is meant for exploration. Shubhangu Shukla ko bhejne ke liye acha hai. You will not get military capacities unless General Sharma said you have 42,000 satellites in the LEO. And that can happen when military officers do that. Therefore, the space command must be combatized. Unless the space command is combatized, the rest will not happen. Nahi to hum DRDO ke piche bhagte rahenge. So, national security is a sphere where we need this deep-seated reform.
So it's interesting you're talking about AI and how the war in Ukraine has changed how future wars would be fought, right? But a lot of this capital expenditure that we're talking about, a lot of the investments in equipment that we're talking about is fairly conventional equipment, right? Rafales, which are 4.5 generation fighters, conventional diesel-powered submarines. So effectively, are we investing enough in upgrading our capacities? Are these equipments required? Do they add to our capabilities in any way? What is your view on that?
No, that's the precise point, and I love General Sharma to respond. So along the western frontiers, see what is happening. Pakistan does a terror strike, and we are asked to respond. What is our primary instrument of response? Mech armor-based, 3 armor divisions, 3 mech divisions, and I'm not talking, this is all in the open source. This tool is not useful to the politician. He needs drones, missiles, long-range strike. So now we have to pivot our expenditures from those tanks and those mechanized capacities, reduce them, and invest in these other instruments. Is it happening? No. So therefore, I keep saying that we need, and let me make one more point, so this is largely a non-military audience. Most changes in national security have been driven by civilians who research these subjects and push the military. India, this ideation in the civilian space of national security is absent. So the military is having a ball. It needs to be pushed and held accountable in these good ways. The commanders have to be confronted with these questions. Bhai, you are investing in capacities of the past. And I may well be wrong, but let's raise these so that at the end of the day we get capacities which enable us to win. And China, I mean, I'm delighted they are in great trouble with their generals, but the point is that they're a formidable force.
Right. General Sharma, what do you think? Because mix तो flying coffins है, submarines हमारी बड़ी और कैरियर्स काफ़ी पुराने हो गए हैं, तो क्या करें? सबसे पहले सुदर्शन चक्र बनाएं कि ये जो बिल्कुल फेलिंग फोर्स, जो फेलिंग इक्विपमेंट है, उसको रिप्लेस करें, और बेस्ट डिसीजन या बेस्ट बैलेंस कैसे हो सकता है इसमें?
It's a difficult question. If I have to start think this, I want to go back 40 years other side of the age and take a blank piece on paper and write as a blank piece of paper, मेरे को क्या चाहिए है? Fresh to, कोई टैंक नहीं चाहिए, कोई हवाई जहाज नहीं चाहिए, कोई शिप नहीं चाहिए, कुछ नहीं चाहिए. मेरे को प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं चाहिए. But I want capabilities. General rightly pointed out, what is the capability? Capability is to do a task. A military capability is that you require a capability to do a task. The task is what? Is your task to cut Pakistan into 2? पहले बोलते थे, कई लोग बोलते थे, अब ईरान में हाथ मिलाएंगे हम, आजकल नहीं बोलते. The point is that if that is not your task, which was your task when we were doing brass tacks in 80s, well, then that's not your task. What is the strength that came out? And you have to fight your adversaries' weaknesses, not only strengths. So you know what we require? Firstly, graduated. हमको नजर आना चाहिए. Anything that is visible today can be hit. Anything. जो दिखता है ऊपर से, it will be hit. Anything visible will be hit. It is a guaranteed thing. You can't mask it, you can't camouflage it, you can't hide it, because the sensors are acoustic, optical, you name a method is there. So firstly you have to say, हमको क्या चाहिए? Firstly आपको eyes and ears चाहिए. That's a capability. It does not mean Air Force, Navy, it is agnostic of services. It's agnostic of armed forces. It requires NTRO, it requires other organizations with the cyber security people in the government of India, civilized people. So the first one. Second, Sudarshan Chakra has been rightly pointed out, we require Sudarshan Chakra. We showed strength in BrahMos. It was a Mach 3, Mach 4 missile. There is no Tod Pakistanis could show. Even the Chinese are worried there is a missile which comes so fast it can't be hit. So let's scale it up. Let's make, if we have a strength, we make a next generation BrahMos and make, say, 5,000 of them in this year. एक चीज की तो असेंबली लाइन बनी है ना, उसका कुछ आधा L&T produces, आधा कोई और प्रोड्यूस करता है, कोई और प्रोड्यूस करता है. You say BrahMos is a strength. Let's start making, scale it up, ramp it up in a manner that other people will be worried. Chinese keep saying we have the maximum cruise missiles in the world. So we say, yeah, okay, aap aao na, hamare paas bhi hai. So if we have a strength, we show a strength. We've shown strength in loitering ammunition. We have shown strength in drones. So let's say scale up the issues that we are doing fantastically well. And you know, if you say 1 million, I'm sure in India has the capacity of making 1 million drones of all types. I could to garage mein bacche bana rahe hain drones, yeah. So you know, let's start the thing and say हमको क्या capability चाहिए. Capability doesn't mean drone missile चाहिए जो कि Rafale के ऊपर mounted हो. BrahMos was mounted on Rafale. We say we want BrahMos. BrahMos can be ground launched. Artillery had BrahMos missiles, which we did not use it in Op Sindoor. We should have used it. So we have, you say ground launched, air launched. We say we want a missile. जिस प्लेटफॉर्म से फायर होगा वो सेकेंडरी इशू है. सो बिटवीन मिसाइल्स, रॉकेट, लॉन्ग रेंज आर्टिलरी, ड्रोन्स, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वॉरफेयर, ये हमको एक बास्केट चाहिए ऑफेंसिव. इस बास्केट को कैसे ट्रांसलेट किया जाए, कौन देगा? देन यू से ओके, इसमें इतना पोर्शन इतने हवाई जहाज को चाहिए, इतना ग्राउंड बेस्ड लॉन्चर्स को चाहिए, इतना. सो यू डिवाइड, डिसएग्रीगेटेड. प्रेजेंटली वी से आई बाय 114 Rafale jets, or I read sometime later, I know, of course, 3 of us journalists sitting here, none of them armored corps, but it's a 1770 tank. This was approved last year. 1770, we scratch ahead. This 1770 tank, kyun? Kahan ja rahe hain 1770 tank leke? So, you know, we need to get capabilities right. The platforms will follow. Platforms will come. Platforms can be the future to how to deliver it across. That's the critical mass. So you start a blank paper, right? Okay, L&T has this strength, a champion. Bharat Forge has this strength. The Infosys can provide electronics. The Wipro can provide something, computers. So let's combine it together, saying one capability is provided by 5 champions. And that 5 champions, they should be a group which provides that one capability. And you say your target is this. And you please produce it in that manner over a period of a year. And I'll end by saying, see, we have highest of cribs about R&D. This is all industry people here. Naturally, we don't spend on R&D. Who wants to spend on R&D? I want to give money, if I'm a corporate honcho, I want to give money in my bottom line to the share market to show my shares have gone up. Because I show profit margins. So if the government of India could decide 2% CSR, they said 2% of your profit margins go towards CSR. And you know, through the CSR, we've been able to do the toilets and so many things government have done. Say 2% of your profit margin goes to R&D. And you say, okay, you will spend 2% of your profit margin into R&D. Even if your bottom line of share market reduces, if your profit margin reduces, bad luck. You will use 2% on research and development, otherwise you will seal your company. Like CSR, you got, so you know, even if you shed the profit margin for 2 years, if the government can't fund R&D, let's have the industry fund the R&D. And I'll end by one saying, one excellent thing came on data center. No, we talk about data centers, Shukla is Ustad on AI and all these data issues. But the fact of the matter is, we are not making data centers, yeah, we are making apps for AI. That's not the way forward. The way forward is what, imagine he said, Manhattan-sized data center being produced in United States. A data center takes a city. It requires more electricity and water than cities use. Let's make one data center, make it for the armed forces, make it for the armed forces data center, which converts into AI in times and being, and it becomes a stepping stone to, again, what General Shukla's strength is, on civil road future. If you are starting data centers in this budget, let's say data center first one comes, we have the land, the armed forces have the land, in the prime of the area, we will provide you the city-sized land available, which you don't have to procure, and you say we convert into a data center, 50% military, 50% civilianized, so let's convert it in the military. If you give it to a civilian sector, a data center, then that may not be trained for military AI. Military has got separate AI. So, you know, we need to start actually pulling up our socks into that end.
I think one last question. We were talking about technological developments. We've heard a lot about Atmanirbhar Bharat. Do you see a roadmap where we can see ourselves, see India as a defense exporter, whether from the private sector, whether from the defense PSUs?
Yeah, see, why not? After 10 years of Atmanirbhar Bharat and defense, this phase, which was really giving fillip to private sector and startups, look at the good news. Adani yesterday has announced that they will set up a helicopter manufacturing command. I'm delighted. I'm a helicopter pilot. I was enslaved to the HAL. Now they've done good stuff, but I had no choice. Now I have a choice. Will this not smarten up HAL? If I were HAL chairman, I would say, get private sector in. And there are so many other issues. Look at HAL chairman. Aviation, which needs a 15-year time horizon, you appoint a chap at 58 and he retires at 60. Can you get more stupid than that? I'll announce AMCA knowing that my grandchildren will fly it. So all these fundamental changes have to happen. But if you do sensible stuff, look at Adani. There's an ammunition factory they have produced based on robotics. See what it will do. With robotics, you will get what they call surge capacities. In a war, you'll be able to surge it up. With manual stuff, you can't do it. There are startups who have got orders on their merit from Spacecom, US. So there is no dearth of talent in India. You have to let them come in. So now that the private sector and startups has made inroads, they must fire on all 4 cylinders. And certainly it will happen. देखो basic problem क्या है हमने क्या किया हुआ है कि भाई एक हैं जो बनाएंगे और एक उनको regulate करेंगे. MOD should have 50% people from the private sector. The NSCS, its basic premise was that 50% will be non-government and 50% will be government. You go on and populate it with all government people. So they are producers and they are regulators. They have to fuse. अगर आप वो करेंगे, R&D की बात हो रही थी. Why should we say CSR, this, that? All that the private sector and startups need are orders, orders and orders. कोई मेहरबानी नहीं चाहिए. उनको orders मिलेंगे, VC funding आएगा, the market will pick up space. मैं as a regulator मैं कौन हूँ कि आप private sector के हैं मैं आपको सुनाऊँ कि ये करो, ये करो, ये करो. But I mean, so these are the issues. The question of R&D, and let me just end this, I'll rattle out some figures which should really worry us. USA spends $975 billion on R&D, $700 billion come from the private sector. China is $545 billion, you don't know कि कहाँ से आया, पर उसको छोड़ दो. We spend less than $40 billion. So my question to the private sector is not that why you don't spend on R&D, why don't you see obvious value on R&D? Where will you be 10 years later? And just let me round off. I was, 2 months back at the Morgan Stanley Summit in Singapore. Before me was the chairman BYD. And look what he said. He said, I was called by the Politburo and told 10 years back that you have to beat Tesla. So we investigated what the Tesla budget was in R&D. It was $5 billion. Together, we said $15 billion. That place, BYD has got 120,000 engineers working on R&D, not the commercial stuff. 11 research institutes. The Indian Armed Forces don't have 5 research institutes. In consequence, what did they do? They targeted 3 segments of Tesla. Batteries, energy, intelligentization, which is AI, and robotics. And the BYD chairman says, batteries, we have beaten them. AI, we are behind, but we'll catch up. Robotics, we are ahead. And now see the civil-military fusion part. BYD has not only pushed out Volkswagen from the car market, those same batteries go into your submarines, into your AD systems, into your aircraft. And secondly, the BYD carriers which carry cars are also currently being used for troop movement in Taiwan. So this is military-civil fusion, an aggregate view of things, seeing the commonsensical view of R&D. Here, why should I even need to raise these issues with the private sector? If they get orders and if they get to the next level, they will know that To survive, the only thing can be R&D. So let me end off with this, that national security is a very complex argument. It needs to be lubricated. Somebody was talking of content creation, the lady before me. Oh, there is a whole orange economy in national security. Kitna content aap create kar sakte? So much to be done. Our problem is that our debates are shallow. If your debates are shallow, your capacities will not be meaningful.
Well, I hope this debate was one which is not shallow and will be, will provoke people to think and ask the right questions. So you want to say something in conclusion?
Yeah, the Atmanirbhar Bharat is an excellent idea, and I think we need to get Atmanirbhar as soon as possible. But let's count our weaknesses towards Atmanirbhar Bharat and quantify them and say, how do we resolve those weaknesses that disallow us to become Atmanirbhar as early as possible? I think one of these significant weaknesses comes out to be an engineer. We don't produce engines. We are dependent on every Tom, Dick and Harry across the world to buy engines. And if you don't produce engine and of course the transmission equipment from the ships to the aircraft, G404, G414 or whatever, we are just dependent. We can make the dhacha, but we don't get engines. So, if there is a weakness, there was a Kaveri we have been hearing from years altogether, decades altogether. But the fact is that everything moves by an engine. If you say a drone engine is bought from Chinese will put a bug also in the engine to know where the drone is flying. Naturally, if I was producing for the Chinese, I'll put a bug inside the drone engine which comes from China. So the fact of the matter is, engine is a very major weakness that we have, and let's get on. Can't Indians produce an engine? Yeah, Maruti 800 to bana de pehle. वो भी Japan से लेके आते हैं हम. Second point, engines is one issue. The other major issue, I think, if I had a ward, a son, he wanted to do engineering, I'll tell him do software, I'll never tell him to do metallurgy. Metallurgy is a frowned upon line as in India for people doing engineering. But metallurgy is so important. The quality of steel, quality of equipment, metals required to produce an item is so vastly different and large that one of the biggest sciences for modernization is metallurgy. Let's put some push into metallurgy and bring the institutes to say, okay, yaar, you must train so many engineers for metallurgy and bring across to India so that we get across to that kind of stuff, metals that we require for the future use. So, let's quantify our weaknesses that force us not to be Atmanirbhar the way we ought to be by 2047 and start addressing it now. By 2047, we'll make some changes like we are doing now for semiconductors. Okay, we might be producing 45 nanometers, but there will be a time in 20 years we will come down to 8 or 5 or maybe 3 or 2 and we will be competitive. So let's start the push for semiconductors. If it has taken off 20 or 30 years ago, we would have been somewhere else. But now the push is there. So let's say, okay, next 20 years hence, we will be as competitive in semiconductors as we should have been at this time.
Right. So we're completely out of time. Thank you so much to both of you for joining us. This is the discussion that will go on for a very long time, but we were going to have to close it here, unfortunately, without any questions. So I request you to take it up on a one-on-one basis because we have our other speakers also waiting for the next discussion coming up. Please give a huge round of applause to General Shukla and General Sharma. Thank you so much for joining us. I request all of you to stay till lunch and catch up with General Shukla and General Sharma. and perhaps share your anecdotes on what you think needs to be done on national security from your point of view, taking their feedback as well. We will continue with our last discussion of the day, and we want to leave on a note where all of us can look forward with some optimism on what lies ahead for our country and how firmly are we on the path to Vixit Bharat by 2047. Every budget closes one chapter and opens another. With Budget 2026 now behind us, the focus shifts to what lies ahead for the country. This final session looks at India at 2047, not just as a milestone, but as a long-term national vision shaping the road forward. I would like to invite our speakers in this panel discussion to please come up on stage. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Ms. Archana Jahagirdar, founder and managing partner, Rukum Capital, a leading voice in India's venture capital ecosystem, backing consumer and growth stage businesses, shaping the next phase of the Indian economy. Please give it a round of applause as she is on the stage. Please welcome Mr. Ranjan Dhar, Director and Vice President, Sales and Marketing, AMNS India, that is ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. He brings a strong industry perspective on manufacturing scale and India's industrial growth story. Please welcome on stage Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, retired Director General, Indian Space Association. He brings a unique perspective at the intersection of national security, space policy, and India's strategic future. Please welcome on stage Mr. Venkatesh Raman Prasad, partner JSA Associates, a seasoned legal expert advising on regulatory frameworks, governance, and institutional readiness for India's next phase of growth. Please welcome on stage Mr. Udyan Adhe, content creator, a voice that closely tracks India's evolving socio-economic narrative, especially through the lens of public sentiment and digital discourse. Please give a huge round of applause to all our speakers on stage. And I would be happy to chat with all our speakers on stage. Thank you all for joining us on this discussion, and this is an important one, especially coming off from where we left off, because the generals were of the view that we have the skill and the ability to really move up the value chain and be able to, answer for all the needs that we have. Now, Archana, I want to start with you. Now, you are looking more at the consumer side of innovation, of what is happening in our country. And we've heard, the Commerce Minister make a jibe कि 10 minute delivery तो कर सकते हैं, पर क्या हम AI में innovation कर रहे हैं? Where do you stand? And do you think venture capitalists are looking at the innovation happening in our country beyond just, the numbers and profits?
So, as an investor, you follow the founder. You don't create the trends. The founders create the trends. I think the minister was trying to make a broader point. I don't think it was a jibe. And I think it's a point well taken as well. And I think we do both tech and consumer investments. And I think, look, it's a function of the ecosystem that the founder grows up in. If the ecosystem is much more favorable to a consumer tech company or a consumer tech product, that is going to be the first sort of product that gets created. It's also a journey of innovation and how and where it starts from. Also, you must remember that we are still a risk capital scarce country. So if we really want to be seriously talking about AI, if you look at how much OpenAI and Anthropic has raised, I think between the two of them, they've raised over $80 billion. I don't even think that's the size of the Indian VC, entire Indian VC ecosystem. I'm not talking about PE, I'm talking about the VC ecosystem. So I think we've also got to be alive to the fact as to how much risk capital is available. And I think there is a lot of derision that is thrown at risk capital saying, oh, it's about burn. But burn is to allow a founder to experiment, to find that product market fit, And I think that's extremely important for that to grow and that local domestic risk capital to open up to be able to build those large companies that we want. So it is a little bit of a chicken and egg.
But beyond the market dynamics and what incentivize the risk money to come in, do you think then the government needs to incentivize some of the priority sectors? Because if you look at the startups, there was nothing in the budget for them this year.
I don't agree that there was nothing in the budget for them because, look, the government has already announced the RDIF fund. Last budget, the second, the startup, the fund of funds that SIDBI manages, 2.0 was already announced and that is getting operationalized this year. That's a 10,000, it's an additional 10,000 crore allocation, on top of the earlier 10,000 crore allocation. I think there is a lot of work that has happened off the budget announcements as well. The government is very, very seized of the importance of the startup ecosystem. I think the Prime Minister has personally spent a lot of time and energy, and in the 10th year of celebration of Startup India, he personally was there to talk about startups. So I don't think that we need to wait from budget to budget to see the government's intent when it comes to startups.
All right. Mr. Dhar, I want to come to you because in the previous panel, General Saab said कि metallurgy पे भी कुछ करो, सिर्फ software ही करते हो. Now look at India. We're the second biggest steel maker in the world, yet we are net importers. How do you move up the value chain? Because that is something the industry also sees कि अगर मेरे को छोटी चीज़ें ही करनी है, munition ही तो करना है, तो मैं उतना ही research करूँगा ना, उतना ही effort डालूँगा. What will change this?
First of all, a very good afternoon to everyone. Happy to be here. I think in steel, I will come to the question of why we are net importers still. But if you see steel industry, actually in last about 10 years has grown significantly. More importantly, in last 5 years, we have grown at the rate of close to about 10% year on year. So this industry has grown on the back of demand, but I always feel that in India, demand happens when the supply pushes there. So steel industry overall has invested huge amount of capex in building capacities, not only in terms of million tons, but also in terms of the right quality of steel which is needed for making our country Vixit Bharat. And I can go into a bit more detail of that. So when we say Vixit Bharat, there are two aspects to it. One is our construction infrastructure should be equal or similar to that of a developed nation. And our manufacturing sector has to be that of a developed nation. So if you see what has happened is that global companies like ours, ArcelorMittal, Nippon Steel has come into the Indian steel space. We are getting into India some of the best in the world technologies which is available into the developed world in the construction technology and all that. We are getting some of the marquee products for solar applications, for constructions. We are also the largest steel supplier to defense segment in the country. So some of the very highly patented defense products have been got to India, and there was used to be import dependence on defense. That is currently available. We have developed steel in India so that the import dependence is almost zero as far as defense is concerned. Now in terms of manufacturing, India is a large auto market, for example. So we, in the next 2-3 months, there's a new plant which is starting in Surat, which will make some of the highest added value steels in the country, and the need for import for automobile industry will become zero. Now to your question that why are we still net importers? We are still net importers for two reasons. One is short term, and actually both are short term. We are net importers because of commercial reasons. When world over there were tariff and there were protection which has happened, all the countries have put tariffs to the extent of 25%, 50%. We have a good news today morning for India, but otherwise the world was in 25 to 50% arena, and India did not have any protection. So all the steel which was going into these countries where the protection was higher was finding its way to India. So one reason was that. And second reason was, as I said earlier, there was some very specialized steel which was not made in India to the extent of 4-5% of the total demand. That was getting imported into the country for right reasons because of non-availability. But steel industry in general and our company in particular has invested heavily in last 4-5 years so that there should be zero need of any imports, and this is our conversation that we are having with government, including Ministry of Steel, Ministry of Commerce, including Prime Minister's office, so that we make India truly Atmanirbhar for steel. And I think many times we were discussing earlier in the day, we do not talk about steel because it is B2B space. Some people think it is boring, but it is really very important for us to make India Atmanirbhar and grow India in a rapid pace in the economic progress.
They call steel the backbone of the industry,
Absolutely.
actually. General Bhatt, you heard the two generals before this panel. Could you tell us what can we expect when it comes to space exploration for India? क्या हम वही काम करेंगे जहाँ हम छाती पीट के कह सकते हैं देखो हमने ये किया, कि हम कुछ ऐसा करेंगे जो लोगों के काम आए, जो डिफेंस के काम आए, जो टेलीकॉम के काम आए, जो फार्मर के काम आए? What is the future for Indian space exploration?
So, पहले तो what I like to say is ISRO has been there for 60 years. And unlike anywhere where it was exploration was the aim, ISRO's aim was not exploration. It was being useful for the common man. And they focused on it and definitely helped in agriculture, weather, where significant improvements were done. And I'll give you just one example. 30 years back, if there was a hurricane or there was a typhoon or there was something, there would be deaths which would be in thousands.
Yes, example was Paradip.
Now it passes away over you and you don't even realize it.
No, we evacuate beforehand.
Why? Because we get all the information from space. It is all the predictions of how the storm is moving in is being done by space. Total use for
Civilian population,
use.
yes.
Similarly is the use for agriculture. Today the farmer can know when will the rains come. And if you've all been monitoring, the weather this time predicted that there will be snow on so-and-so date. And it was there up in the Himalayas. So that kind of prediction, which is also now local, is allowing you to plant at the right time. When do you have to give water? Is your crop being affected, infested by something? There's a huge use of space which is largely in private sector. Defense, which was the primary place where it started from, is one of them. So that has already happened.
So we are going to see greater diffusion of space technology
yes.
across our
and the future, I'll just take you to the future. By 2060, they accept that the cislunar space, the space between Earth and Moon, will be having thousands of people working there. They would be doing manufacturing, they would be doing mining, and they would be producing energy for the world, for Mother Earth.
Chalo, great. अमेरिका का सपना छोड़ के हम स्पेस का सपना ड्रीम करते हैं कि स्पेस में काम करेंगे. Mr. Prasad, let me come to you. Now, there is intent of the government, and it has documents like the budget, etc. And then there is confusion. Look at our fundamentals, the demographics, the resources. We should be a magnet for capital. But Archana ma'am is saying, raise capital, kahan yaar? उन्होंने कितना रेस किया, हमारा क्या capacity है, क्या problem है? ये कोई, isn't there a worry that our policies are not predictable? कब इधर का उधर हो जाए, especially when talk about all the tax disputes, the Tiger Global Flipkart dispute, Kane Vedanta, Vodafone. What about the laws and the regulatory framework that we have? We need to have it just and predictable so that we get the risk capital. What would you like to say there?
Yeah, first and foremost, good afternoon, everyone. I think it's a question being debated ad nauseum since the time we liberalized, and we keep on discussing the same old problems without actually having a very targeted and efficacious remedy for that. And without getting into the battle zones of whether the Supreme Court was right, etc., on some of these issues. What is the principle of investment? Any investment, forget the foreign direct investment. certainty of policies, and it can't be changing every year, because that's how you put the pricing and the valuation on the table for the project. Some could be very long-range projects. Second, what is the tax certainty basis which you price the project, or you entered the market? Of course, prospective you can appreciate, but retrospective, certainly it's a big question mark. Third, enforcement. What is the quality of the contract enforcement that your jurisdiction offers to you? Last but not the least, there has to be an issue of the talent pool. Now, last is a no-brainer, that India has the talent pool in a large number of sectors of the economy. But first three has been debated ad nauseum without finding a realistic solution. And I think perhaps in this budget, you have some a clarificatory sort of language coming out, and also a proposal that there will be a new tax regime which will be coming into work.
That's direct tax.
That's direct tax. But they have already done a lot of good work on the indirect tax. So let's be mindful of the fact that amount of work is required on the GST. But I think dispute resolution, efficacious dispute resolution in the tax side is very, very important. And predictability in both the policy as well as tax is very critical for India being the magnet for investments.
राइट उदयन प्रसाद जी कह रहे हैं जो भी पॉलिसी हो, जो भी फ्रेमवर्क हो, ऊपर नीचे हो, टैलेंट तो है. तो जनरल साहब आए थे, उन्होंने कहा टैलेंट तो है. तो इस बजट में क्रिएटर लैब्स आ गए. अब ये टैलेंट क्या करेगा? रील बनाएगा कि विल दे हॉप ऑन टू दैट विकसित भारत बस? बिकॉज एक बार उस बस पे चढ़ गए तो आगे चल के मालामाल हो जाएंगे. क्या कर रहे हैं? यूथ क्या सोच रही है?
So good afternoon, everyone. Wonderful to be here. Himani earlier mentioned that very few content creators actually make money. So when it comes to, say, making videos online, there has to be an offline way to help the people who are following you. And I'm using words very consciously here, help, because that's how you provide value. The moment you provide value, people are going to want to work with you across whatever you're offering. Whether it is, let's say, you're, like when people talk about content creators, singing and dancing and things like that are first things that come to mind. But if you are, let's say, even a non-educational creator, you are teaching someone something they want to learn that is valuable, there will be a market for you. So both Himani and I, we educate people on finance. And our job is to share the accurate, right information and create a difference in the life of the person we are talking to. So we run a financial services company, and we speak to about 300, 350 people every single month. These are, your high-earning 35, 40-year-olds, well-educated people. You'd think that they know how to invest money because of their educational background, the work that they're doing, which is excellent. But they come back and they talk about how in the last 3-4 years, they understood the importance of just financial prudence by watching videos online that many people are making. So I think that translation of value into the offline world is critical for, let's say, any creator to make impact, whether it is educational, entertainment, anything else.
Right. Mr. Thar, while we do look forward to the future with optimism, there are some costs that need to be made now so that our children have a better future. And I'm coming to you on this for the cause of sustainability and green steel. What is your company's stance on this? And in the broader sphere, do you think sustainability should be on the map of every person in our country, every industry, every service user? Because I don't see that responsibility being felt by a lot of people. We just toss things in the trash without segregating. We don't carpool. We ourselves don't do a lot. But सरकार से बड़ी उम्मीद होती है, बड़ी कंपनियों से बड़ी उम्मीद होती है कि चलो आप तो sustainability का रास्ता दिखाओ. What do you have to say about this?
I think both the statements that you said are true. That whether sustainability is important, nobody can debate that it is not important. Because if you don't have your planet, what else is more important? Then you can talk about many things and it will not be there. It is also true that a lot of priority which should have been there for sustainability has fallen a little bit on the wayside. The reason for this is this whole tariff and
Trump
trade
factor.
tariff and trade turmoil that has happened. So I think this year has the mental space or the time space of the leadership across the globe has got spent on that dimension. But I think various governments, and let's talk about our government, we have taken 2070 as a net zero target for the country. I think various industries have already moved in that direction. Talking specific to steel, I think a very good work was done by Government of India in defining what is green steel.
And now they have mandates also.
Yeah, so there was this, oh yeah, green steel and green steel and green steel, and everybody was saying, yes, we are producing green steel. Somebody is producing, totally black steel and calling it green steel. So I think Government of India did a very good job in defining what will qualify for one to make green steel. And there was a, like you have in appliances, there was a star rating or, for green steel, 3, 4, 5 stars. So, so then industry has moved in that direction. If you see one good thing of a government is then when government sets the target, Vixit Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India, then everybody galvanizes together and works towards it. Steel industry, if I talk about our industry in particular, in 2017, Government of India came up with a national steel policy. At that point in time, India was producing nearly 60 or 65 million ton. It said that by 2030, we should be producing 300 million ton.
You're very close to that now.
Yeah, in 2017. And at that point in time, globally, there were a lot of debates and conferences like that, or it is outlandish, it is fantasy land, and it can never be done. We will be very close to 300 million by 2030. So what looks impossible at the start is achievable when there is a policy framework and there's a direction. So in terms of sustainability also, I feel, yes, this year has been a little bit of a deprioritization, but I think it will come back and industries are working towards it. Each country will have to follow its own pace, looking at its own, its own position in where you are in the whole path of economic cycle, but I think it is important.
Right. Mr. Prasad, I want to ask you one question. While sustainability is going to be important in our roadmap to 2047, digital architecture, digital capabilities will also be very important. Now, what is happening in Davos is like people are hailing the death of globalization. Globalization is done and gone. It's not working the way it is. But when you live and work in borderless economies, which digital laws should we follow? And is it important? Should our digital laws be aligned to our needs, or should they be aligned to stricter norms perhaps that we see in Europe? Is this important for our country, for our economy, for startups, for creators, for everyone?
Yeah, I think let me just address this question a little differently. First and foremost, I'm not going to be very sort of negative in how the world order is changing. Now, what has happened, really happening and crumbling in front of our eyes, is the fall of the post-Bretton Woods rule-based order, giving way to a multipolar world. Now, this is what is happening in front of our eyes. What exactly is a multipolar world? It is nothing but a treaty-based understanding, happening amongst different countries and nations and blocks. Now, when you talk about the digital, the economics of it or the usage of it, each country, or for that matter a bloc like a EU, is sovereign enough to regulate the manner in which the data of that nation is handled. Because that data belongs to either the citizen or the institution, and therefore that's a domestic data. Now the DPDP Act, which got implemented after 2 years, now seeks to exactly do that. By the way, we are no longer living in some esoteric regime. We have a proper regime for dealing with data privacy and data processing. And the rules and regulations are by and large quite clear. It is in the implementation phase, and the entire stakeholders have been given a timeline to just implement the DPDP. Suffice to say that it is our GDPR moment as well. So nations will decide how the data is processed.
Right. General Bhatt, India has demonstrated its capability in space exploration. Now, we did it with ISRO, and the questions are, why didn't we not do it with DRDO or some of the other research organizations? Do you think we can develop these capabilities? You said the area between the Earth and the Moon is going to be inhabitable. Do we have the capabilities to replicate the success of ISRO in, say, artificial intelligence, in robotics, in automation, and how soon can we see this?
So firstly, one is a proud Indian to say that there is one domain in technology where we sit at the high table, and that is space, thanks to ISRO. As you are aware, Chandrayaan-3 was a unique landing on the South Pole, and we are the third country to have landed there on the moon. So as I was saying, staying in space, that is making international space stations or otherwise, being able to use space for sustainability of the Earth, in all this, the right steps are being taken. ISRO has worked out a plan that by 2028 to 2035, they'll make the Bharat Antariksh Station. And it's not a dream, it will happen. It's just around the corner. And by 2040, hopefully, the first Indian will land on the moon on an Indian space station, from an Indian rocket, and it will happen. So these capabilities are not somewhere in the distance, but are realistic and are going to happen very soon. Now, in the future is AI, as you mentioned, and robotics. Firstly, for AI. Definitely in space today for remote sensing, ISR, the data which is coming down from satellites, edge computing is being used extensively. And in the future, when launching from rocket and weight per kg, the cost of it will reduce, which is reducing significantly because of the reusable rockets. There will be a time when data centers are going to be made in space. In fact, Elon Musk feels that will happen in the next 5 years. But if it takes a little more time, in 10 years, why? Because data centers in space have a unique advantage. There's abundant energy because of solar energy. Cooling is not a problem. Well, it looks a little fictional at the moment, but this will happen. And when it happens, let me assure you, data centers from India will also be there in space.
Great. That's something very optimistic to look forward to. Udyan, space ki udaan bhare hum. Why I'm asking is, it sounds so nice in the future कि ये भी हो सकता है, ये भी हो सकता है, पर मैं क्या करूँगा यार? What will I do? Because अभी मैं देखूँ तो कोई नौकरियाँ नहीं है. प्राइम मिनिस्टर कह रहे हैं क्या नौकरी ढूंढते रहते हो, खुद काम करो. क्या करें, कैसे करें? Is the youth hopeful or is the youth fearful?
That's, I think, the most critical aspect of this entire piece, because I would say it's both hopeful and fearful, and I'll tell you how I have observed it play out. You remember that one day when that fake news came out that for 25 lakh rupees you'll get a UAE golden visa? Yeah. Just look around in your circle and see how many people were actually interested in hopping on that train. Right? I would say in my circle, about 2/3 of people wanted to immigrate out of India and wanted to go to a different country. The price was 25 lakhs, right? Something that you can sort of get to if you don't have soon enough. I think that talent export is the biggest threat that we face today. Because if you look at the income tax data, right? 0.18% of India has an income of over 25 lakhs as per income tax. 25 lakh people, right? That is 25 lakh people. If you look at London's GDP per capita, and we won't get into price parity and things like that, but that is about 40 lakh rupees. Price parity kar lo, wo 1/4 ho jayega, roughly. So someone earning 2 times of that is basically 0.18% of India. If you go to a developed country, that is everyone around you. So the rich, in a way, have developed this parallel ecosystem that exists within people who don't earn as much. But then you can't isolate yourself too much, right? You have to be permeable through that wall that you've built. And that is where discontent comes in. So the hope is yes, because again, right, when we talk to people, I would say 3/4 of the people we talk to about their finances, financial independence is something they're very excited about. And they have the means to get there through a 10, 15, 20-year plan. So it's not very outlandish. So that capacity is there, the hope is there, but the fear is, you talk to any techie today, right, who's in their late 20s, early 30s, mid 30s. They're afraid of how jobs would change in the next 5 years. They themselves don't know. So something as simple as term insurance, when we are talking to them about it, they say that हमें 60 तक चाहिए cover, but हम 60 तक pay नहीं करेंगे. हमें 5 या 10 साल में खत्म करना है policy because we don't know if we'll be worthy enough or capable enough to earn that much money 5, 10 years later. So the combination of all of this tells you that people are capable, people have the willingness to work, but at the same time, there is discontent that is simmering in the everyday stuff. And I'm talking about specifically a certain category of people in terms of their earning capacity. But again, these are the people who would compound down the hierarchy, right? Because if they earn well, their kids will earn well. And just like there's been an upward mobility that we have seen, that will exponentially increase if this group of people stays here. And there's a reason why I feel India consistently ranks amongst the top 3 countries of people who give up their passports. Right? So I think that talent export, I think, is a big threat with respect to this. And that is tied to the hope and fear.
But I think that can stem if India becomes attractive vis-a-vis everything else around the world. So if everything else around the world also goes down the drain, then you feel like, yeah, I'm good here. Maybe that works. Archana, Udyan is talking about hopes, aspirations, employment. We don't even know 5 years down the line how technology will change what we'll do. Now, the startups had a lot of momentum, and any young person, I work in a startup. It's a chip up. There's these. Oh, I work in a startup, and then you're fired. And then you're fired because it's high pressure, and there is no long-term security in the job. How are startups going to impact the employment or the earning capacity ecosystem in our country in the years ahead?
I think that's a little, I would say, simplistic, because I don't know any job which is not high pressure. I think let's be clear about that. I think if a salary is being paid, there is an expectation. It's a contract, ultimately. In startups, look, I mean, the point of a startup is it's going to be imperfect. It's not a perfectly formed institute or a corporation. But even in large corporations, I mean, we just heard Amazon has sacked a bunch of people. So you see, when technologies change, the world changes, everything gets impacted. And I think that's the real world. And I think I disagree with your point a little bit. I don't see the discontent because, I mean, almost all the startup founders that one meets are highly optimistic and hopeful, and mostly they're young people, very, very young people. And I think when you decide to start up a company, which is a big decision to take, because you're really committing at least 10 to 15 years, assuming everything goes, reasonably okay. That means you're committing 10, 15 years to India as well, because you're building it here. So I do see that optimism. I do see that people want to build something here, because the truth is that this is the only place that there is a real opportunity. Are there problems? Yes. But you go to London today, I mean, look at the law and order situation. So law and order is a tricky situation in a lot of countries. You go to a bunch of countries which may look very fancy from, sitting here. But they have
integration is an issue. A lot of issues come up.
There are lots of issues. I mean, let's start with racism. I mean, you may have fresh air and clean water, but racism kills you in a way that very few other things can kill you. I mean, we are clearly all being able to live through pollution. So I think this, glorifying and saying, because there's fresh air over there, but I mean, when you're continuously being discriminated against because of the color of your skin, and that's something that's not going to go away. It's not a question of a powerful passport or not. It's just endemic in certain parts of the world. So I do think that there is hope and optimism. There is, of course, pressure. anything that you're building which is monumental and significant will come with pressure. I don't think there is any easy way. I think if you were working in ISRO, there will be pressure. You're working in a steel company, there'll be pressure. So I don't think a startup is any different.
Okay, right. Now I'm going to wrap up this discussion. Time's already up, so I want short answers from all of you. Charan Bhatt, let me start with you. 2 things from the budget that make you optimistic that we're on the path of Vixit Bharat 2047, and 1 thing may not be in the budget where you have your doubts.
Well, firstly, one of the signs of a developing country, I assume, is when budgets really don't matter. Things flow. The fiscal things are moving. And that is somewhere we are reaching around there. That said, as far as space goes, I had a huge list of aspirations for the industry, for them to develop. Of course, the government has not given anything at the moment, but I'm sure it'll come. They are pragmatic about it. It's a sector for the future. We have to be there in Moon, Mars, and the cislunar space. And I'm very sure when the money is required, that will come. It has already been given to ISRO. Right. The private sector will also get it.
All right, Archana, 2 things you think will work in India's favor in our path towards Vixit Bharat, maybe in the budget, maybe beyond it, and 1 which you're a little doubtful about.
Doubtful about?
Or you're not so sure or this could be a drawback or something pulling us back from becoming Vixit Bharat.
I think we could move a lot faster, but of course there are lots of pulls and pressures, which of course, as private citizens, we are not entirely always, we don't have visibility on. I think I would have liked the, parity on long-term capital gains with public markets for private markets, because if we really want to invest behind innovation and long-term, so, when the government announces like the RDIF fund, but if you're going to have different rates of taxation on capital gains, I think that will be a dampener, because you do need private capital to want to be participate, and there is a higher risk on this capital. So I did wish that would have happened. Having said that, like what Sir said, the fact that there's so much that is happening beyond the budget, so the announcement of the RDIF fund, like I said, the fact that, Fund of Funds 2.0 got announced and has got a pressure. So I think we should now move beyond, just waiting for the budget for all the big bang announcements.
Right. Mr. Dhar, your 2 biggest takeaways from the budget, and 1 either expectation that is not fulfilled or 1 concern that you still have.
Yeah, I think first of all, like everything else, we have a high degree of aspiration as Indian society. So we have got very high expectation from the budgets also, which is actually good. I would not say it is bad. So it keeps the entire system under pressure that we have to deliver higher. So even before the budget, we had the GST rate cuts and all that, which was very good, very big move by the government. But I think the expectation of the budget is always, when the budget is around, is very high. So I think the thing that I've liked in the budget is the continuous focus on infrastructure. Again, 9% growth on the spend, 12.2 lakh crore, that is really very good. And continued focus on broad-based reforms so that India continues to be in the space wherein we continue to grow at a pace higher than 7%. Yes, there is something the government has done also rightly so that not create too much of expectation and overheating the economy, which also impacts that on a longer run, which we have seen in various other geographies. 1 thing from my own sector perspective is what we would have liked is some strategic reforms in the mining sector, especially the iron ore mines. This was very vehemently spoken about by the Commerce Minister himself. Yet we have not seen a lot of things which have moved in that direction. That is 1 thing that we still hope. But if I may spend 30 seconds on your earlier question on the whole human resource and where the employment bit and all that. I think everybody in India need to broad base their aspiration in where they want to work. I think there is a skewedness in terms people wanted to join consultancy or startups and all that. There are huge opportunities available for people to work, including, I will say, steel industry every year is investing as an industry. We are investing in capex, nearly in excess of 1 lakh crore. And the requirement of new employment is in thousands, if not lakhs. So I think people need to broad base their aspiration where they want to work, and it is a hard work for India to become developed. So we cannot escape from the hard work. Everybody will have to work hard. I know many leaders, when they talk about hard work, they are then trolled on the social media. I think, but hard work will have to be done.
Right. I think Mr. Dhar is saying steel is also sexy. It's not just the startups that are sexy. Please work in steel factories too.
Absolutely.
Mr. Prasad, your two biggest takeaways from the budget and one more area of improvement.
Well, 3 points, very quick. I tend to agree with General Bhatt that no longer budget, thankfully, is pluses and minuses. It's an intent. It's a policy intent, broad vision. But 3 very quick points. AI is becoming deeper and is going to impact the HR side of things. In fact, I am reminded very recently of the Davos discussions in which Yuval Noah Harari said that anything that can be readable and is written will be consumed by AI and will be processed by AI much faster than humans. So we have to be watching out for the AI, because at the end of it, if India is able to use AI and tech to generate bigger employment opportunities, then it is going to be a boon. Number 2, again very quick, I'm very hopeful that the energy and that energy is seen as a holistic, not as in different baskets. And you have to understand that the race to the rare earth has to we have to become incremental players in it. Because we talk about AI, we talk about semicon, we talk about defense, etc., advanced electronics, it will require rare earths. Just for the statistics, 90 to 93% of rare earths being imported from China. So geopolitical turbulence is creating that distortion, and we are the 3rd largest reserves of rare earth in this country, after China and Brazil. So we have to improve the upstream efficiencies and create the downstream opportunities. That's the 2. Last but not the least, on the tread to the Vixit Bharat, we need to align our policies and predictability on the tax and the enforcement regime.
Right. Udyan, your last word. I just want to ask you, we are all optimistic, but some of us feel that frustration. Yeah, system to badalta hi nahi hai. फंस जाते हैं हम. Budget में कुछ indication आए कि system भी बदलेगा.
So I think, like all of the entire panel has said, right, that budget is an event, but a lot of work happens before. So the GST reforms, labor code reforms, 2 big events had happened before the budget. Then I think just a lot of praise came the government's way after a lot of criticism, after what happened when Trump said that they want to take Greenland and at Davos, because Trump was just, the world knew Trump was unpredictable, but it just went to a very different extent. So that India stood its ground for the trade deal became a big talk. And now today morning, or rather late last night, there's a clear signal, right, that a trade deal has been signed. From a predictability standpoint, I think that is critical, and something that I spotted in the budget was how sovereign gold bonds bought in the secondary market will be taxed. It gets enforced from 1st April 2026, so it's prospective that way, but I'm a sovereign gold bond holder. I know many SGB holders from 2019, 2020 up until right now, right, who have bought it from the secondary market, they have to pay tax on it. I'm okay with paying tax, but I should know beforehand that this tax has to be paid.
Even if you wanted to sell, who will buy?
Sorry?
Even if you wanted to sell to save the tax, who will buy?
Yeah. So it's something
that is what we were discussing with Mr. Prasad. There should be continuity in your taxation and regulated framework as well.
Absolutely. And this entire idea of, having different, the tax slab changing every budget, I think we should get done with it. Like there should be wider tax slab and just stay consistent with that for some time. Because even that doesn't impact people, right? I mean, there's no predictability for businesses, for everyone. So just create wider tax slabs if you can. If not, just stick to something for 3-4 years.
All right. Thank you all for joining us for this discussion. Great to get in your views, and let's hope we will see our path to Vixit Bharat becoming well laid out, and all of you, the optimism that you have about our country's growth and development will play out as per your wishes. Thank you all for joining us. What a meaningful and insight-packed morning this has been. I hope all of you have had a good time. I hope all of you have got important nuggets for you to take home about what the budget holds for all of us. On behalf of the Times of India, I would like to sincerely thank all our speakers, our panelists, and our moderators for sharing their perspective and their expertise. Thank you all to our audience here in the room and to everyone who joined us on the TOI app, the website, and the TOI digital YouTube channel and social media. Thank you all for being a part of this very important dialogue. TOI Budget Dialogues is a reflection of TOI's commitment to informed, credible, and meaningful conversations. Do stay connected on TOI Digital for continued coverage, expert opinions, and deep dive analysis on our budget section. Thank you once again to our presenting partner, Maruti Suzuki Victoris, got it all, our co-powered partner, Life Insurance Corporation of India, our partners, Ambience Infra, Punjab National Bank, Merrill, TARC, JK, Super Cement, AU Small Finance Bank, Sensodyne, and Puranic Builders. Please do join us for lunch. Dhanyavad, Shukriya, thank you.